the potential, something really, really exciting or interesting that could be possible is much more valuable than something that like you can go through every screen and it works perfectly. And a lot of times for the demos that you're gonna do at the end of this event, videos will often suffice. And so like just really encourage you to be able to be like, take every minute, be thoughtful about it, and let's say you're gonna be up for 20 hours or 30 hours of the weekend, that goes pretty quickly.
Great. Yeah, now the second thing that's really come to become prevalent over the past year or so is using AI tools as much as possible. AIs have gotten to a point where they really can replace entry-level programming tasks, and as somebody who's not a huge programmer, I've been able to take advantage of tools like Replit and Cursor to do some pretty amazing stuff really quickly. For those of you who aren't aware, but I imagine most of you are, Replit is kind of like a Google Docs-esque place where you can build apps very easily and set up an environment in the cloud. Cursor is another tool that's a AI-enabled IDE, and if you haven't used it yet, I highly recommend you do, as they have a 2-week pro trial, which gets you certainly more than through the 36 hours for this hackathon. The third tip for you is to work smarter and not harder. We have many different tools that make this process very easy for you, but when you're talking about a 36-hour window, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend some time on some frivolous stuff that's already been built for you. For example, as you can see here, we have On-Chain Kit, which allows you to have front-end things like swaps, funds, setting up wallets, all done very simply through React components. This makes the process of building out beautiful front ends that use on-chain components way easier. We also have the CDP SDK, which has a lot of features allowing for developer-managed, programmatic, back-end style on-chain solutions. One example of this is this Telegram bot that I created. We have plenty of Replit templates available for you, and I'll share a QR code at the end for a bunch of different resources we have to get you started super simply. But using that Replit template, in 10 minutes, using literally just 5 prompts into Replit's AI agent, I was able to create a Telegram bot that allows you to deploy your own token directly on Base. We also support MPC wallet APIs to do things like very simply do a wallet.create command and create a secure programmatic wallet, and have lots of features like deploying tokens with a single line of code, as you can see at the bottom. We also wanted to lean a little bit more into these AI tools that we're talking so much about. So on our website as well, in our docs, which will be linked at the end, we have a 1-page version of the documentation that's optimized for the LLMs, making it incredibly easy and accurate to use them in your programming experience. Tip number 4 is absolutely get help when you need it. One thing that I like about these ETHGlobal events is that they're all in person, giving you the opportunity to actually interact directly with the people who are building out these tools for you. Here are all the people that are here this week working on the CDP SDK. We're going to have these blue Build With Us shirts on, and we're giving some out to our developers as well. So if you're coming, definitely come pick up your shirt. But please just give us feedback, ask us questions. That's ultimately why we're here, is to support you and understand how we can make our product better. One of the things I've really liked most about working on the CDP SDK is that it's a small team within the bigger company of Coinbase, meaning we have the resources to provide white glove to support to anyone who's building with us. And so far, that's had a lot of impact both on us and our developers, and happy to extend that to everyone here today. Finally, get some rest. I know it's 36 hours and it seems like it's going to go fast, but personally, I would much rather sleep a little bit and be able to be exponentially more productive than absolutely dead at the end of the week. Given that the presentation is that ultimately what you're going to be graded on as well, it makes sense for you to be ready for that, be charged. Obviously, abuse the caffeine, but still get some sleep as well. And finally, I think the most important thing that we should call out is that it's not all about winning. The people that you're building with this week and the people that you meet when you're sleeping on the floor at ETHGlobal could be your next co-founders. Judges could be your employers or grant providers. And specifically for the CDP, we have an ongoing grants program right now, so we want you to continue building with us after the week is up. Forming a relationship here is one of the most valuable things you can do to create lifelong friends, builders, partners in this space, so I highly recommend you take advantage of that as we go through the weekend. With that, I'm really excited to build with you all, learn about what you're doing, get feedback, provide support, and ultimately build some amazing things, get 1 million builders and 1 billion users on chain. We have links here for our ETHSF specific Telegram. We have a link to our Discord as well, and you should definitely check out our docs at docs.cdp.coinbase.com or follow that QR code to view our guide for the weekend. We have a lot of really valuable resources in there, from ideas, as Namil mentioned, to the links to Cursor, Replit, how to get started using the two of those together, and general tips on how to make the most of your experience, build quickly, and build something amazing. So thank you. With that, happy to take any questions. Yeah. You're asking how you can use these AI models in your programming experience. Yeah, so the best way we recommend using existing LLMs like Claude and ChatGPT is to provide them with the one pager of our documentation that we've provided so that you can very easily use them to build things. However, one of the main use cases we've seen for the CDP SDK is building out AI agents as well. So since we make it so simple to interact with on-chain components in a single line of code, a lot of our builders have begun making programmatic, autonomous AI agents executing various things on chain, whether that be DeFi autopilots, yield optimizers, infinitely generating games. There's a lot of opportunities that I think go beyond just AI as a buzzword when you start to think about it as a way to make complex transactions extremely simple on chain. Yeah.
Just curious about the on-ramp product. Is the off-ramping also available with that product? Is it on kind of like the feature path, all that type of stuff? Just curious.
Yeah, so we just announced the off-ramp. So if you download our on-ramp, you can integrate it. Just want to flag that it's for US builders to start. So if you are a user in the US with a debit card or ACH, you can on-ramp and you can off-ramp. The other thing I'll call out on that product is there's free USDC on-ramping if you have a debit card or if you have ACH. So that will also make it really easy to build. Yeah. And I thought it would be a good idea just to show our hackathon guide, but maybe just the example apps that we thought would be interesting, just flash them up here for folks if you're looking for an idea of what to build. We're happy to brainstorm with you of like what ideas could be interesting as well.
Can you blow up that text?
Hell yeah.
Blow it up.
Do I?
Yeah, I switched my button to control.
Got it. Yeah, and you can just go to docs.cdp.coinbase.com, and then I think you have to go to the MPC wallet section.
Yep.
Yeah, and you'll see the hackathon guide right there. Other questions?
Can you guys share the slides?
I think maybe come up afterwards and we can send you the link.
I'll throw them in the Discord.
Yeah, and we'll throw them in the Discord as well. Yeah, great call. Anyone else?
Sorry, where was the link for the whole list? I want to see all your ideas.
Yeah, I'll put it in the CDP Discord and the ETHGlobal. It might already be in there right now.
And just for folks who just want to navigate right now, I think you go to docs.cdp.coinbase.com, go to CDP APIs, and I believe under MPC wallets, is it?
Yep.
You'll see just down here, ETHGlobal SF Hackathon Guide. And if you just go right down there, gaming, infrastructure, payments, tokenization, just some ideas we have. If there are other ones you have, would love to hear it. We're especially excited about AI and what people can build with that. And so we've held multiple bounties and grants for people building on AI, and we found some really, really cool things with that. So they've really integrated our APIs into the chat experience so that you can directly interact with the blockchain by talking to an agent. And we're excited to see what the limits of that could be. For which one?
For the on-ramp, do you have to KYB?
For on-ramp, it's for consumers, and so you do have to KYC to be able to on-ramp, yes. So it's for consumers to be able to on-ramp, so it's for your users to be able to on-ramp. Yeah. So in the US, you don't have to register with us. Again, depends on the regulatory and the laws of the country, but in the US, you can download it, install it, but your users will have to KYC to be able to on-ramp. Yeah, great call out. So one of our key values at the CDP is to make it as easy as possible, and that's exactly why. We used to have, maybe 6 months ago, like a product where you'd have to talk to a sales team. It's all self-service now. So you can come to our docs, you can integrate in a few lines of code, and then your users will just have to go through that process. It's a great question.
Just a piggyback off that. Are there any like limits on like how much you can like deposit or withdraw, like being a consumer using on-ramp or off-ramp?
Yeah, if you want to afterwards, we can go through the limits. As you can imagine, there are limits around like how many, what the dollar value is and how often you can do it. But I can walk you through that. Yeah.
Follow up on the on-ramp, you have like a more smart flow for it, where it's not just the tokens that land in the user's wallet, but rather there's an approve happening, and then
we are integrated into this Coinbase Smart Wallet, if you've heard of that or use it. And so we are working on improving that experience where it's all one stop and you can do multiple transactions as part of that. We can talk live about like what exactly we provide today. And we're also looking at ways to offer, like a one-click payment experience versus, multiple screens and things like that. Well, we'll be around. We're going to be right down here. I think we have at least 5 minutes. So if you want to come up and chat about anything specifically or want to run an idea by us, we're here. We'll be here all weekend, and we'll be pretty close to the stage. You'll see us with these shirts on. Would love to talk. Thank you all.
Testing. Okay. Check, check. Oh, there it is. Let me know when I'm ready to go.
Yeah, everyone, if you could please welcome Austin Griffith. Give her a round of applause and we'll get started.
Happy Bowtie Friday. Thanks for having me here. Thank you to the ETHGlobal team. I'm Austin Griffith. I work for the Build Guild. We're EF funded. We are thinking a lot about developer growth and how to educate developers on building on Ethereum. And our kind of flagship curriculum is speedrunethereum.com. If you are a technical person, you can go to speedrunethereum.com and you can learn not just how to build, but what kinds of things you build on chain. I'll dive into that in a little bit, but the underlying technology that we use is called Scaffold ETH2. It's an opinionated dev stack that helps you build apps very quickly. It's perfect for hackathons. We've recently created an extension system, and with that extension system, you can get Scaffold ETH and some kind of extra logic and extension out of the box. For instance, the Coinbase team was just here showing off their on-chain kit. We have an on-chain kit extension in Scaffold ETH, so you can just run npx create ETH -E, and then you put in on-chain kit, and you get all the great stuff of Scaffold ETH along with the cool features of on-chain kit, like that neat swap component of theirs. But first, I want to tinker with Scaffold ETH real quick, just to show you how to get started tinkering. You can go to scaffoldeth.io or just Google Scaffold ETH. You'll find this. You could go to the GitHub and fork it, or you can run this command right here. Let me zoom in on that. npx create ETH at latest. And that is going to give you kind of a choose your own adventure. It's going to say, do you want Foundry or Hard Hat? Like I said, you can add extensions to it. I've already done that in the background here, and I have a smart contract here, and I have my Scaffold ETH front end here. And I just wanted to show this debugging component. It's kind of the first critical piece that you'll use as you're starting your hackathon project. You kind of need to tinker around with the Solidity to figure out exactly how you want your smart contract to work. So over in this debug contracts tab of Scaffold ETH, once you have it installed, it's really nice because it gives you kind of an auto-updating front end for your smart contract as you write on it. So let's just tinker around with this smart contract for a little bit. The contract that comes with Scaffold ETH out of the box has a lot of different concepts in it already, but let me just like add a address. Let's see, what should we make? Let's make a UNIT 256 public count. Let's call it ETH SF counter for some reason, right? And we're just going to make that equal to 0 and hit save. Now, when I deploy that contract, we're going to see that new counter show up over here. Looks like there's already a total counter here, but there, now there's that ETH SF counter, right? And if I want to make a function that increments it, right? Thank you, AI, for just writing it for me. I have cursor here, too. I could be prompting it. And then go ahead and deploy that. What that's going to do is it's going to give us another button over here. Now we have this button here, right? So I have my counter. It's set to 0. And if I click this button, well, it's going to tell me I don't have any gas. I need to grab some gas from the faucet there. And then when I click this button, we should see that counter increase now, right? So as I click, 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 so Scaffold ETH is using burner wallets out of the box, so you can disconnect this and connect your MetaMask once you go to production, but it's really nice to have a burner wallet. Let me show, if I open up an incognito window and I go to localhost, notice I have another wallet here. This is kind of like a purple wallet, right? Let me close that and open it again. What I'm showing here is it's giving me a new wallet every time. And this is really nice because I can test, maybe I have a function that only the owner can access, and I want to make sure that that's working the way it needs to be. Now, of course, I should write a healthy test bank for it, but while I'm still tinkering, maybe I don't want to write a bunch of tests yet. One good way to test if only the owner can access the function, actually, let's just write it real quick, it's easier. Let's say, let's get this dude's address, and over in this increment function, let's require that the message.sender equals this address, and then we'll say something like not the owner or something. I just hit tab, I couldn't even see it. I'm guessing the AI will write the code better than I can. Okay, and let's deploy that. So what we have is we have this function that I think only this address can access this increment function. But I want to go test that now, right? Scaffold ETH is really good for testing your assumptions and tinkering around with your solidity. So now when I hit this button, sure enough, the counter does increment, but we need to test the other case, right? So let's make an incognito window, and let's gas up this we'll call this the bad guy. And then if I go into try to hit this increase button, hopefully it will complain and tell me that I'm not the owner, okay? So this is just a quick way to tinker with Solidity, kind of get your footing within your smart contract, but also kind of like test out and make sure things work the way you want. A lot of times when I'm first writing a smart contract, I'm still thinking about exactly how I want it to work. I don't have it all mapped out yet. So it's nice to be able to kind of have this iterative process where I'll write a few functions, then I'll go to my front end and I'll start playing around. I'll build some buttons, I'll get things wired up, and then I'll realize, oh, there was that other thing I needed, and I'll jump back into my smart contract and add a few more things. It's just a nice kind of way to work with your front end and your smart contract kind of in symphony. And then it's as easy as when you're deploying, right now I'm just deploying to my local node, right? Hard Hat or Foundry node. But I can also do yarn deploy -- network, and I could put it out on base, like that easy. I mean, I would have to fund the account. I don't think it has any money, so that's not gonna work. But you can go from tinkering around, trying to figure out your smart contract all the way to I have a live app that you can go to a URL and you can access my smart contract app. And you can do that. A lot of times I'll do these demos where I build something in like 45 minutes. You can build out a whole app in a matter of hours because Scaffold ETH handles a lot of this stuff for you. So it's perfect for a hackathon stack. So that's Scaffold ETH. Once you kind of tinker around with it a little bit, you'll move over and you'll write some front end, you'll deploy your contract, you'll deploy your app. It works great for hackathons, like I was saying. But I think the title of my talk is Your First 5 Builds on Ethereum. So I want to kind of change the subject a little bit. Scaffold ETH is great. Use it in the hackathon. Use it to learn Solidity. Go to the Solidity docs or Solidity by example. Copy these concepts over to Scaffold ETH, great way to learn. But let's talk about your first 5 apps on Ethereum. So going back to Speedrun Ethereum, this is the curriculum that anybody can get to. It's open source, it's live, free. You can go to speedrunethereum.com, and this is gonna really give you those first 5 builds. So this first build, you will make just like a simple NFT app. You get the burner wallets, you figure out how the faucet works, you mint some of these silly little NFTs, and then you like send them around between accounts. You don't really have to write any code in this first one, but it's just teaching you about the tool and teaching you how to mint an NFT. And then your second build is really the most important, really the start, and it's a decentralized staking app. And it really kind of teaches you the superpower of Ethereum. It's letting you, the builder, write the code that allows an adversarial set of players to play a coordination game, basically, right? So in this staking app, the example is you want to get some people to chip in some money. So let's say there's 3 of us or 5 of us, and we all have to put in $100, and if we get $500 together, then we'll go buy some other thing, but we don't trust each other, right? It's kind of like escrow, where you need like some kind of trusted third party. In this case, the trusted third party is the smart contract. It's Ethereum. So with this staking app, you'll just have to write a few simple rules, something like we need to have X amount of money collected by some date, and this also teaches you about how smart contracts are not automatic. Everyone kind of thinks like decentralized autonomous organization, it runs on its own. Smart contracts still have to be poked. You still have to get in there and poke the thing and say, okay, after this timestamp has happened, if we've collected enough money, then I want to, move this state machine into the next phase. Or let's say we didn't collect enough money, it's important that you can refund your users, right? So 4 out of the 5 people all put in $100, but we didn't get the $500 we needed. After that time period, you've got to release those funds and figure out a way for everyone to be able to withdraw their funds without anybody griefing them or getting any funds locked. So it really kind of like shows why you would use Ethereum and what these smart contract apps can do. And it really zooms in on this kind of, you're building a coordination mechanism for adversarial people. Like people who don't trust each other can just trust the code that you've written. So that's like the key kind of first build other than the NFT app, and it'll teach you how to build a staking app. And then you'll have to build a token vendor. So the second build you should do for your first 5 apps on Ethereum, I guess this is the third, is a token vendor. So really simple, deploy an ERC20 token. You can do that in like 2 lines of code these days. But you want to build a vendor. So you build a second smart contract, and that second smart contract needs to sell your tokens. So people can buy the tokens out of the smart contract. Very simple app, but it's going to teach you a bunch of mechanics about how ERC20 works, the approve pattern, how contract-to-contract interaction works. So that's the token vendor, and then you'll move on to the dice game. And the dice game teaches you about randomness on chain. Randomness is particularly hard on a public deterministic blockchain, but there are ways that you can get randomness, and some are better than others. And in this example, there's a dice game that you pay, some small amount of ETH, and it looks at the previous block hash. So this is not a great form of randomness. And what happens is you can actually attack it. And so in this build, you will create a smart contract that talks to the dice contract, and it'll look ahead or look behind. It'll look at the specific block hash that the dice contract is going to look at, and it's really tricky because what you'll do is you'll only roll the dice. You'll only pay to roll the dice if it's going to be a winner. So you almost have to break this dice game as one of your builds. And then building a DEX. This is a super critical idea in Ethereum. Before a DEX, we had order books, right? And you had to sign a message and put that message on chain, but those order books were all centralized. So a DEX is this really nice decentralized way to swap, and it works based on reserves. And you'll learn about the reserves, you'll learn about how to build a DEX, you'll learn about slippage and impermanent loss and all of that cool stuff. But another kind of key concept here is the idea of a hyperstructure. I think that Uniswap v2 is one of the most elegant hyperstructures out there, and it's credibly neutral. Anybody can get to it. There's this idea of expansiveness. What happens is the way the DEX works is it needs liquidity, and so you need people to put reserves in the smart contract to be able to swap back and forth. So the more reserves of the token you have, the better the swap is, the less slippage is. So you want to incentivize folks to do that, and the way they do that is every time someone makes a swap in your DEX, a small amount of fee remains in the contract. So whoever is providing liquidity is making a small profit every time someone swaps. So that's how this hyperstructure is kind of expansive. Anybody can use it, anybody can get to it, but also if you provide liquidity, you're going to earn a fee back. So you get paid to sort of be that providing those reserves. And you'll build this DEX on your own. You'll have to learn it. You'll have to know some Solidity, and that's why I would say start with Scaffold ETH, tinker around with Solidity by example, get your footing in Solidity, and then jump over to Speedrun Ethereum and go through these first 5 apps. And by the time you get done with these 5 apps, you will have the knowledge you need to build most things on Ethereum. This is like kind of the foundation that you'll need. So there's a couple more apps, like a state channel app, a multi-sig app, and an SVG NFT. Those are more for fun kind of at the end. These first 5 are really the most critical. And so I would urge you to go to speedrunethereum.com, go through each one of these challenges. We have an auto grader, so when you deploy your contract, we go look at that contract on chain and we give you a grade on your contract. And if you pass, then it unlocks the next stage. We'll be at DevCon, and we'll be doing a big kind of Build Guild day at DevCon, where we're going to have a bunch of members from the Build Guild there. We're going to have an intro session in the morning where we'll teach you how to build on Ethereum. And in the afternoon, we'll have a Capture the Flag, where you will have to hack a bunch of different challenges. So, Scaffold ETH is a great way to tinker, right? When I was over here, I had my code up. I was able to write some quick code here. I was able to see it right away in my front end. This is the same technology that Speedrun Ethereum runs on, so it will be a familiar technology when you get in and start using Speedrun Ethereum. Go to Solidity by example, Solidity by example, and just go through each one of these concepts here. For instance, like a mapping, right? You could grab a mapping, copy and paste it over into Scaffold ETH, and you're kind of hitting the ground running, tinkering. For some reason, I just put a map in there. Maybe I want to like set this dude's, I don't even know, set this dude's balance to, yeah, we're going to set it to plus equal 1, I guess. Every time it increments, this guy's mapping goes up too, right? I don't want to deploy that to base. Let me have that back. So that's basically my talk. So you can go to speedrunethereum.com to get started. You can go to Scaffold ETH. You can go to Solidity by example and grab some of these concepts, put them in. Speedrun Ethereum is going to help you learn how to build, but Scaffold ETH is really the tool you should use if you're going to be building something into Hackathon, because you kind of just have an app out of the box and you can focus on the logic and writing your smart contract in your front end. But I think that's all for my talk, but I'm very open for any questions if anybody has anything they'd like to ask. I think there's a mic over here, or you can shout it out and I can just repeat it. So. Yeah, anybody have any questions about Scaffold ETH, Speedrun Ethereum, Build Guild, building on Ethereum, any of that? Great. Everybody already knows.
Newbie question here. Yeah. So if I understand correctly, with Scaffold ETH, I don't need another IDE to run through the challenges this weekend.
The challenges are here. I don't think I understood that question. The challenges are built on top of Scaffold ETH, so as you're going through the challenges, like Scaffold ETH is there.
I use challenges, I should not have used that word. As I'm going through the hackathon this weekend and I want to build something, Scaffold ETH is the only thing I need. I don't need an IDE.
Exactly, yes. So Scaffold ETH has a front end and kind of the back end, right? So it has either Hardhat or Foundry for deploying your contracts, and it has a Next.js front end built in. And whenever you deploy something to either Hardhat or Foundry, it injects those artifacts into your app. So you'll be kind of like in your app here. Let me go show you. You'll be in your app, maybe working on some component, and it will know exactly about your contract. So as we added those values to this smart contract over here, this like ETH SF counter, what I can do now is I could read that counter from my front end. Might as well do it. I've got a couple minutes anyways.
I'm sorry, the screen is very small, so the interface where you write the code, is that Scaffold ETH or is that something else?
This is Canvas, or Cursor, I mean, but you can use any code editor you want. But yeah, you use your own code editor and you edit the code however you want. Scaffold ETH is Next.js and Hardhat or Foundry combined. So it's an app building tool, but you still need to write your code somewhere, right? Does that answer that? So like this is Cursor or VS Code, whichever one you want. Does that make sense? Scaffold ETH is basically the combination of just hard hat and Next.js and a bunch of scripts that sort of.
Just follow-up question, which, like again, where I've done smart contract, I've moved code, so as of today, you're using scripts, you said, then you mentioned VS Code. Any, like, for complete newbies, where do we start? Which one do you recommend?
For a complete newbie, I would recommend pulling down Scaffold ETH and then going to Solidity by example and going through each one of these concepts here. So Solidity by example has a ton of really good examples. I would go through each one of these, sort of learning, kind of scanning and learning what's going on here. Like for instance, we're learning about primitive data types here, right? So we can see, there's a Boolean, and then there's numbers, right? So this will help you get your footing for the syntax. So I would pull down Scaffold ETH, I would go to Solidity by example, and I would go through each one of these concepts, basically kind of tinkering with your smart contract and playing with it in this front end, and kind of like learning each one of those concepts. Then once you have the syntax down, it's not that hard. If you're a decent coder, you'll pick up the syntax for Solidity really quick. Once you have the syntax down, then I would go to Speedrun Ethereum and I would start going through each one of these builds. Does that make sense? Thank you. Yep. Awesome. Anything else? Go Speedrun Ethereum. Happy Bowtie Friday. Thank you.
All right, so get started. Yep. So my name is Corey Cooper. I'm the Developer Relations Manager at Circle. I've been with Circle for about 2.5 years. I started out as a senior solution engineer and then went over to the DevRel team because I'm excited to connect with people like you in this room. So first and foremost, I appreciate you all taking the time to even come and listen to this talk. The focus of this talk is going to be on the developer tooling that Circle has been building to make it easier for developers to accelerate the movement of money, through our stablecoin infrastructure on chain. And one of the most valuable assets that Circle has created and is the sole issuer of is USDC, which most of you all may be aware of if you're not. USDC was first introduced on the Ethereum blockchain in 2018. And so the vision was that money movement could be frictionless and you could have faster settlement times by leveraging public blockchains to move dollars across the internet. But there's a key component that we introduced to make sure that businesses and developers could trust our infrastructure to be something that they could use to build businesses off of, and that is being regulated. So we want to make sure that you all understand that we put regulation first, and we are a US regulated stable coin, and we are actively getting licenses in other jurisdictions to make it easier for developers to build these experiences all around the world. Obviously, we use the blockchain for efficiency of settlement and transfer of value. And so it gives us the ability to be able to do near instant settlement, lower the cost of settlement, but also make these transactions a little bit more programmable than traditional financial rails can offer. And so today I'll give you an overview of all the developer tooling that we offer, starting with our programmable wallet solution. And so programmable wallets is basically a wallets as a service infrastructure that developers can use to be able to build experiences where they can either offer custodial experiences for the end user or non-custodial experiences. And so if you need to manage very robust wallet operations, you have the ability to use our APIs and SDKs to deploy wallets and store assets like USDC, our EURC stablecoin, as well as other digital assets in wallets that you can deploy and manage for end users. We also have a smart contract platform in our cross-chain transfer protocol, as well as at the bottom of this slide, our stablecoin infrastructure, which is USDC and EURC currently right now. So with our Web3 services business, it's built, on programmable wallets, and so, the idea is that developers want to integrate wallets within applications that they already have. These applications could be peer-to-peer payment apps where you want to create some sort of interoperability between stablecoin payment rails and traditional rails and give the end user the ability to do peer-to-peer transfers with stablecoins. And so we offer like flexible ownership models around the wallets. And so we have our user control wallets, which basically gives more sovereignty to the end user. They have a PIN code that gives them access to basically a golden key, we call, that is the key that kind of connects all the key shards in our MPC wallets together to be able to withdraw assets from that wallet. So if you're building an experience where you know that your end user wants to make sure they have complete control over those funds, our user control wallets is a good option, because in order to withdraw assets from that wallet, the end user who only has the PIN code that's stored on their device is the only person who can actually initiate withdrawals from that wallet. And then we have our developer control wallets, and these are wallets that the developer who has access to the API keys can basically initiate transfers. And so more for like a truly Web 2 embeddable experience where you may want to abstract away a lot of the blockchain nomenclature from your end user and just create more of like Cash App experience, but you want the stable coin to be the ledger system. So Dev Control Wallets is like more of a use case for that model. We also, again, offer familiar development tools. So everybody's familiar with REST APIs, but we also have SDKs, which has become the standard in the space, to make it easier to interact with our Web3 services and perform these operations with our wallets. And so we currently have server-side SDKs, and then we have mobile SDKs. So the server-side SDK basically is a TypeScript SDK that a developer can use to build back-end operations that interact with our APIs to do things with our wallets. And then our mobile SDK is basically a front-end authentication component that you can add to your user control wallets for iOS and Android and also web, to create that experience where the end user can, one, create their PIN code, and two, once they create their PIN code, they can add security questions to it, as well as when they initiate a withdrawal, there is a modal that pops up where they enter in their PIN code. And that UI basically is a UI SDK that we offer. We are a multi-chain dev tool platform. Right now, our Web3 services is not up to parity as from a chain support status as USDC is, but we are getting there. But we actually believe in a multi-chain future, and so we want to support as many blockchains as possible for developers. And then, we also pride ourselves on security, and like I said before, we're using MPC security for these wallets. So we have various MPC nodes that split out the shards of the private key to protect basically the assets in the wallets that you deploy with our tooling. And then one thing that we make sure that we offer is gas abstraction functionality. We make it super easy for developers to create basically gasless onboarding experiences for their end users with our gas station component to our programmable wallet solution. And so, developers can spin up these paymasters really quickly that actually are tethered to the wallets that they deploy. And they can sponsor those transactions from just having a debit card on file in our console. So they don't have to go source, ETH or native tokens to basically, deploy into that smart contract, that paymaster. That is all abstracted away. And, you can spin up basically a smart contract account with our API. And by default, it has paymasters that can sponsor the gas fees for those wallets. Oops, okay. He did warn me, but I didn't know it would go out here too. I thought it would just be there. Okay. Let's see. All right. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. And so the last thing is, the simplified management. So what this is we have dashboards within our console that track the API logs, track the webhook notification logs, as well as all wallet transaction activity within your wallet operation. So it makes it really easy for you to really manage, wallets at scale and troubleshoot things really quickly if you are scaling your business or your project, or you have, multiple team members who need to kind of check on what's going on with the activity of transactions. So this is a diagram of basically, the wallet models, but also the infrastructure that powers it. So you have your dev control on the left side, user control on the right, and then we have these server-side SDKs. The user controls obviously comes with the client-side SDK. That's the mobile SDK that gives you the actual UI SDK for handling the PIN code authentication security questions and that nature of stuff. And then, you know, at the bottom layer, we have basically the things that we offer from, you know, an infrastructure perspective to make it easy for you to manage wallet operations. Our policy engine, our console, and our gas station. And so the policy engine is something that basically, you know, we just launched. It's called really Compliance Engine. And so it allows for you to, one, do transaction screening on wallets. So this is very beneficial if you're trying to build a product that is in compliant with certain regulation. And so you can actually, you know, use this compliance engine to screen transactions, to protect yourself against sanctioned wallets, and also just add more of a layer of security around the wallets that you are managing for your end users that abide by any regulatory bodies that you have to adhere to based on the jurisdiction. So it is very important, especially when you're building products with USDC and EURC, you want to make sure you understand the compliance part and that you can offer that as a technology component. And so what we do is we make it super easy for you to offer that by actually embedding that in the product. The next part of our stack is our smart contract platform. And so this makes it really easy for developers to basically interact with smart contracts, that the wallets that they deployed with our platform, they can easily call smart contracts to add more utility to those assets and do very complex things, automating, transactions, tokenization of assets, connecting to DeFi, all of those things that you can do with the smart contract platform. You can actually deploy your own smart contracts, or you can import existing contracts with the platform, and out of the box, it becomes connected to the wallet infrastructure component of our platform. So really makes it easy for a developer to add smart contract logic to their web or mobile app. And so I actually talked about some of the things, but here are some of the bullet points of what you get with the smart contract platform. Really one thing that's really cool for developers is when you import a smart contract into our platform or deploy it, it basically scans that Solidity code, parses it out by all the ABI functions within the smart contract, and gives you code snippets in JavaScript and other languages of how to call those functions. So it's a really cool tool to make it easy for you to connect these smart contracts to a web application, because now you can connect it through an API, and you can easily kind of test out and simulate some of the actual functions within the smart contract as well. So it's a very, very cool tool that makes it easy for you to embed smart contract logic into applications. Now we're talking about the cross-chain transfer protocol. CCTP is a way for developers to call a smart contract set that we've deployed on chain to natively move USDC from one blockchain to another. How we do that is through a methodology we call burn and mint. So if you wanted to actually move liquidity from, let's say you wanted to go from Ethereum to Base, instead you could just go straight USDC from Ethereum to USDC on Base by calling our CCTP smart contract set. And you would call, a function on the source chain and pass the amount of USDC that you want to send, the destination address, and then the chain ID that is the source chain ID, and then the destination chain ID. And you can burn that USDC out of the ecosystem on the source chain. You will be emitted a message from that smart contract. You can take that message, hash, and then you can pass it to our attestation service, which is a API endpoint. It's publicly accessible. So this is permissionless. You don't need to sign up for anything. And then what it would do is it would give you basically keys to and signature to sign a minting function on the destination chain to mint that USDC to the destination wallet. So currently, these are the routes that we support. These are bi-directional routes, by the way. So you can go 56, different routes. We support 8 different blockchains, and it's a very popular product because, we've been able to get a lot of data and insight back from a lot of companies that use it, and, they were finding out that it's a more efficient way to move capital across chain. So it's a capital efficient way. Some of the use cases I've seen developers use is like cross-chain onboarding. So you may have a situation where a developer wants to create an on-ramping experience. That end user gets to the platform. They don't have a wallet on the particular chain that DApp works for, and CCTP is a way to, lower that friction where you can create these cross-chain on-ramping experiences. And there's a lot of other cool stuff that's being built with it today too. And so, what we want to see is, we want to see developers build some really cool stuff, and just wanted to inspire you all. Some of the use cases that we've seen so far, and these are not all of them, but the more popular are dollar access. So someone's creating an embeddable financial product where maybe they're trying to offer dollar-denominated accounts, and they can do that with USDC in programmable wallets. Cross-border payments is a big one. Talked to a few people, some of them in the crowd, about cross-border payments. That's a huge use case in the B2B space with USDC. And then decentralized finance. People want to access some of these cool decentralized financial products that offer things that traditional financial products may not be able to offer, and they can build these things with USDC. And these are like a lot of novel financial products are being created today, which is very cool from the developer community. So here are some of the prize pools, just to let you all know if you haven't seen them, but we encourage you all to kind of build in these different lanes, for the actual hackathon. But what I'll do is I'll switch it over to questions. Anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Would you be able to, maybe not now, maybe at a booth, to actually demo creating the APIs for the smart contract? Because I actually tried to do that. I couldn't get something generated to use. Is that something that you would want to help me with?
I can do that. Just to repeat his question, he wanted to see a demo of the creating a smart contract from the.
I just took an existing smart contract. I wanted to see the APIs that you guys, I guess you generate and host the APIs to make the function calls. Is that how it works?
So we have an API that you can call to deploy or import the smart contract. So were you trying to deploy a new smart contract?
No, I understood it as, and maybe I understood it wrong. You put a smart contract, but then if you want to have your app call it, you generate
Yes.
the APIs that correspond to the calls in the smart
Yeah. What I can do is I can pull up right now. Let me pull up the console and show you if I have some imported. Can everybody see? Okay, I think I may have some contracts in here already imported. Yep, so I have a few. Imported the USDC on Sepolia. So here's the list of ABI functions, right? And then you can view the snippets of code, which show you the REST API endpoints. And you can just copy this or run it, and you can perform these different ABI functions on here. So is this what you were looking for?
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, all you would need to do is you can just copy this code into your IDE and just run it and test it out. Yeah.
Are the 8 chains that you support CCTP on, are those the ones that this works with, or?
Great question. So we are, still in the process of getting up to parity with our on-chain infrastructure and the Web3 services. So currently, we don't support 8 chains with the Web3 services tooling. Right now, we support Avalanche, Ethereum, Arbitrum, Polygon, and so those are the 4 that we support, right, in Solana, I'm sorry, for Web3 services. So that support is for programmable wallets and smart contract platform. Yeah. Yes. Great question. I'll repeat it. He wants to know if we offer any on-ramping functionality within our developer platform. So currently, right now, we're in beta with a tool called Circle Access. So that's a tool that you can sign up for the beta through our dev docs. And that handles kind of like on-ramping opportunities for end users. And then, you know, we're actually working very hard to create basically, you know, a bunch of integration points with different on and off ramp providers. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So that's it.
Mic test, mic test. All right, cool. Awesome. Let's do a bit of a, yep, cool.
All right, let's welcome Luke with a round of applause.
Welcome in. Please take a seat. All right. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever and wherever you are, whether you're here in the room with us today or whether you're watching this recording an hour from now while you're hacking or 3 months from now or a year from now. My name is Luke, Luke.eth. I'm developer relations at the Ethereum name service. And today I have a bit of a cold, but I'll be running you through how to set up identity in your apps and all of the other cool stuff you can do with ENS, or some of the cool stuff. There is much more, and if you're interested, docs.ens.domains will have everything you need. So, quick agenda for today, we'll be talking about what ENS, why ENS, subnames, and all of the other cool stuff, how, and stuff you can build. Cool. So, for starters, what is ENS? ENS is super simple. ENS is a decentralized, permissionless naming protocol that lives on Ethereum and that scales to the entire internet. And so what that means is that ENS allows us to turn hex addresses like 0x225, F13714, yada 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 yada, C3b5 into human readable names like Luke.eth. In the same way that DNS allows us to turn IP addresses into usernames, or into domain names in this case, and ENS allows us to take hexadecimal addresses and Bitcoin addresses and any form of formatable address into a regular name. So, anywhere you can put an IP address, like in a browser or an address or anything of the sorts, you can put a DNS domain name, and for the same right, anywhere you can read or write an address, you should be able to put an ENS name. Now, what that looks like is around about here on the left. You can see transactions. Normally, this would be a bunch of addresses, money coming in from here, going to there, left and right, into a contract and back and forth. But instead, you can just see that they're names because it's easier for people to do. And on the right, where you can enter an address instead of making a crucial typo and screwing up a major transaction to your friend, or copying something wrong, or having selected too few or too many, you just have a name and a profile picture and some other information to double check and give you that peace of mind when your users are going through certain flows. So ENS is a two-step process. There's forwards resolution, which is from name to address, for whichever coin type that is. And there's reverse resolution, which is from an address to a name. And so this allows us to let people sign into applications and then immediately show their username and their profile picture and their Twitter in the top right, or whatever information you want to show. My mouse is in the way. So ENS is not just a username, it's a whole set profile. We aim to extend DNS and add additional functionality. And so we can store all sorts of cool stuff inside of a profile. An avatar, a banner, a Twitter record, like I mentioned before, or an X record. Bitcoin addresses, Litecoin addresses, Ethereum addresses, you name it. Down here, you'll see an array of sites that are all with Greg in it, of different websites that are gateways, if you will, where you can view profiles and anything of the sorts. So here's a really cool one, my absolute favorite, except for the other ones I made myself. The ENS Manager app, which allows you to view information about a profile. You can find it at ens.app/whatever name you're looking for. And so in this case, this is my profile. I have some Solana records set. I have a bunch of social records set. I've got a description. I've got a location. I've got a website, luke.computer, which is also an ENS name. And I've got a whole bunch of other records that the Manager app might not support, but other apps can. And so you can leverage records if you wanted to in user profiles to do dark mode preferencing or anything of the sorts, whatever. Here's some more examples of that top right experience on every website you can imagine. With one line of code, it's built into WAGMI, no additional dependencies, or just one RPC call, you can showcase somebody's username. It's that easy. So, why? Users of crypto-powered experiences should never, in my opinion at least, have to interact with a hex address. Actually, users of any application should never have to interact with a hex address. Yes, it's cool to interact with hex addresses and to move them around from A to B and to be able to actually view what's happening under the hood, but my mom doesn't want to look through her transaction history and see a million transactions to all of these weird random places that are completely unknown, if she can also just see that it's an invoice from Coinbase and it was this and this and this, and that it was money sent to Luke and it was this and this and this, et cetera, et cetera. So it's about improving the user experience. To that extent, our logo is wrapping the Ethereum logo to improve the user experience. We are padding the Ethereum user experience, making it a bit more soft around the edges. So there's different types of ENS names you might want to know about. There's the native ENS TLD, which we created ourselves, is maintained on Ethereum mainnet, and it's the .eth TLD. And there's every other DNS TLD in existence, .com, .xyz, .io, .org, .computer, which I have one of, Luke.computer, .cash, .finance, and you name it. These are all usable within ENS because they're just regular domain names, and we're just a protocol that allows for a bit fancier resolution than regular DNS. We're just extending how it works. So to that extent, .eth names live on mainnet. They are fully decentralized. Once you own a name, you have the NFT. There is not a chance that anyone can do anything about it. And it is controlled by the DAO. So we have a decentralized autonomous organization. There's a whole spiel behind it. I encourage you to look into it. It's super interesting, but long story short, once you have your name, you're safe. And you pay an annual protocol fee to prevent squatting. So for a regular 5-letter name or above, that's $5 a year. We're not going to talk about 3-letter names. With regards to DNS, they're free. Well, I mean, you're already paying for a DNS name. There should be no reason you should be paying us. We're just a protocol. And so as long as you have a DNS name, you set a text record, and then your name will now magically work. Anytime someone does a lookup to the smart contracts, the smart contracts will do an off-chain call, it'll read from your name, it'll verify all the information in there, do a signature check, and then be like, awesome, this is valid information. It leverages DNSSEC, it's cool, it's complicated, there's docs about it, not enough time in this talk. But the ownership is controlled by the registrar, which means that if you're getting a .com, VeriSign still owns your .com, you just lease it from VeriSign. If you have a .org, same story. And so you're still with the regular DNS ownership rules. Whereas with ETH, once you have a name, it's a fight between you and the smart contract. And I rest assured the smart contract's winning. So there's also off-chain names and L2 subnames. Those don't have a protocol fee at all. And they give developers more flexibility. So the way that works is once you own a name, you can deploy a contract, a resolver, and you can basically tell that resolver to load information from another location, whether that's a contract on an L2 that does state root verification on the way back, or whether that's from an API off-chain. This is EIP 3668. There's docs pages about this. Don't worry about it. I've spent way too much time on it. You'll find out all about it. These are used by Coinbase, Linea, Uniswap, and many more in production. Got to make sure I don't accidentally do more name drops. And we've got some crazy, astonishing numbers as of recently. So more about how those work. How does ENS work as a whole? Super simple. We have a contract on mainnet. I will be oversimplifying a little bit. But essentially, we keep track of the name and the resolver and the owner. For Luke.eth, my resolver is 0x49 yada yada yada. This one will be familiar because a lot of us have this one. I'll get back to it in a minute. CBID has its own resolver. It's just a contract they wrote that then says, please load from this off-chain location. And Linea has their own same thing. Both of these contracts are 30 lines max, so I encourage you to have a look at them. You'll be able to look these up as well. Awesome. So the one I'm using, 0x49, is the public resolver. The public resolver is a contract we at ENS Labs have written, and it's the default for all of you who register a name through the ENS Manager app. The public resolver is just key value storage in a smart contract. And so I've uploaded my address, my text records, and my content hash, and anytime someone does a lookup for my name, it'll go to the resolver, it'll query the information, and it will just depot its, dump its storage slots. And so the public resolver has basic authentication built in, and the owner of a name has the ability to update its own text records. Pretty self-explanatory. It's a sensible default for most people. But if you wanted to build your own stuff, you can build your own stuff. And so in Coinbase's case, with CB.ID, there's the off-chain resolver. So anytime somebody does a lookup to the contract, it'll revert with off-chain lookup. Again, 30 lines or less contract. And then it will hit some sort of API or some sort of gateway that then queries information from an L2 or that queries information from a database and then resubmit it to the contract on the way back to do a verification. This can be any arbitrary verification logic. You get to implement this in your contract, in your resolver. And so this could be a state root verification, this could be a signature check, it could be anything of the sorts. So those are CCIP read. Again, EIP 3668. There's a whole docs page about this. docs.dns.domain/web/subdomains. Everything you need to know. I'll link to it at the end of the slides. So this leverages wildcard resolution, the idea that you can do a lookup for a name and that it exists somewhere in the space. And so it will do name lookup from back to the front, from ETH to Luke to hello. So hello.luke.eth, all of that fun stuff. So super simple, look for the resolver in the registry. If it's not set, look for its parent, and then continue until the resolver is found. Basically, it's just how we do name resolution under the hood. And then we resolve the original name via the closest we can find. And so if my subdomain.hello.luke.eth exists, then it'll use that directly. But if it doesn't, it'll use .eth or it'll use .eth.luke or whatever the hell, depending on the order. Cool, so all of this cool stuff, EIP 3668, you'll find on the docs as well, and this is kind of what that flow looks like. And so you revert with off-chain lookup, it hits some sort of, like the client re-hits some sort of gateway, the gateway fetches the information, and then there's a callback function that does verification. Sweet, so Linea does this similarly. It uses the EVM gateway resolver, which is a template contract we've written that leverages 3668, so it's to make it easier, but it is also another name on the list of things you need to remember. Don't worry about this, it's in the docs. If you're interested, you'll find it. The EVM gateway resolver is basically just a contract that lets you verify storage slots on an L2. So if you wanted to issue subnames on an L2, you could just drop this in and it will magically load the storage slots from your template contract. Cool, so there's the off-chain resolver and the EVM gateway resolver. They both use CCIP read and they both read off-chain data, but one of them reads arbitrary off-chain data and the other one reads from any L2. And so it's kind of a subset of off-chain resolvers as a whole. And same story, arbitrary verification and L2 state root verification. Awesome. So, take a breath. That is the deepest we'll go, okay? It's not that crazy. There's many different ways you can implement ENS. You can press buttons in the manager app and have a super user-friendly experience, leveraging the name wrapper, a pre-deployed smart contract that allows you to issue subnames on L1. Or you can take it all the way crazy and write a contract from scratch. And so there's a bunch of options in between. I encourage you to check out the docs, docs.dns.domain/web/subdomains, and it'll have everything for you. So if you're issuing subdomains, this is where you've got to be. I'll keep it on the screen for a few seconds if you want to scan a QR code. This might be a Rickroll, so be careful. But it might also go to the right docs page. It depends. You never know with my slides. So if you're issuing subdomains and you're building something really cool, and during this hackathon you're like, yay, I want to give out free usernames to all of my users, this is where to be, and it will explain to you all the different fun options. So, building on ENS. We've got a couple of hackathon resources as well, another QR code or a Rickroll, you'll never know unless you scan it, so please scan it. And it contains the key concepts, some code snippets, random cool one-liners you can copy paste and do cool stuff with, as well as contact info. So should I not be hacking at the ENS booth or like harassing people for the next 72 hours, you can call me while I'm asleep in my hotel room because our contact info is on there as well as we have a ton of other wonderful ENS members around that you can harass to with all of your technical or non-technical questions. Cool. If you want any more project ideas, honestly, integrating ENS is one line. I wish I could give a bounty to all of you, but we cannot because they won't let us. And so we're giving out prizes to anybody who builds anything cool with ENS. And so I encourage you to build whatever your dreams desire and just give out subnames, and we'll be happy to help you out along the way. Cool, so we've got 2.5K for the most creative use case. We've got 2.5K for the best L2 experience. So if you're issuing subnames on Base or you're issuing subnames on Arbitrum or wherever your mind or heart's desires are, you can do so. And then we've also got 3 follow-up prizes, 2.5, 1.5, and 1K for honorable mentions. And so if you build anything cool in the ecosystem or like name renewal tooling or a registration site, then be my guest. Thank you. There's another QR code. I don't know what this one does, but that's fine. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for attending this talk. And if you're hacking, happy hacking. And I look forward to seeing what you guys build. Awesome. Cool. Am I still being recorded? Awesome. If there's any more questions, I'll happily take them. We have a microphone over there, but you can also just yell them at me and I'll repeat them back for the room. Go for it.
Are you guys on Flow at all? Flow Foundation?
I'm not sure, but I can look into that for you.
And you're on testnets, right? Like, can I...
So doc study nested domains / deployments. You'll find it. Don't worry about it. We've got a deployment on mainnet, a deployment on Sepolia, and a deployment on Haleski. Those three are all linked to the deployments that they equate to. So mainnet is linked to base, but Sepolia is linked to base Sepolia, and then et cetera, et cetera. And so if you're using a Sepolia somewhere, I recommend staying in the Sepolia line of things and keeping all of the chain IDs correct. But resolution always starts at either mainnet, Sepolia, or Haleski, or whichever testnets come in the future, and then trickle down to whatever chains correspond. And so if you're working on a testnet, make sure all of them are testnet chain IDs. Cool. Go for it.
If you want to give us subname, subdomain for L2 name that is already existing,
Yeah.
can I just use EVM data resolver or is there something else that I have to do?
Yeah. So the question was if you want to issue names on an L2, whether you could.
There is already a name on L2. I just want to provide one more subdomain for that.
Sure. Yeah. So the name will. Is this a second layer name we're talking about?
So I'll give you an example. The name on L2 is my name, like my name dot base dot e. And then if I want to give like logs dot my name dot base dot e. So can I just use the EVM data?
Awesome. So in this example, you have your name.base.eth. I'll take myself for the example, loosmans.base.eth. And then you want to issue subnames for that. So the difficult part here is that you're under the jurisdiction of base.eth. And that is under the jurisdiction of .eth. Now, .eth is a very free jurisdiction, and everyone can set their own subdomain. With base.eth, everything is controlled by a contract on base itself. And so I would recommend looking into the particulars and whether they let you set a custom resolver, because they might not. They might only let you set records, and then the rest of the logic is just in the contract. But if you have a regular .eth, or if you have a DNS name, a second level name, so a luke.eth or a loosemans.eth or a luke.cache or luke.computer.com or whatever, those have full permission and freedom for you to issue as many subnames as you'd like. However, if you are on a subname basis, you're obviously dependent on the one layer above implementer, right? And so if I was issuing subnames under luke.eth, then somebody would only be able to do their own subnames if my contract let them do such a thing. Yeah. Awesome. Anyone else? Cool. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name's Colin, and of course, I pull up the wrong presentation. That's my keynote later today. Very excited to be on the stage, but this will hopefully be a really great intro to what the Dabble Club is later, but also I want to dive into what the aggregation layer is and what the exciting things that are happening in the Polygon ecosystem. So again, I'm Colin Lowenberg. I am a core contributor at the Dabble Club. We are an extension, a spin-out, as you might say, from Polygon Labs. You can find me on Telegram. I'm pretty reachable. Real quick, I want to level set. Who here is a blockchain engineer who's already built applications on blockchain? Anyone new to Web3? Raise your hand if you're new to this area. Great. All right. So blockchains versus traditional databases. I don't need to spend a lot of time on this, but if you look back in time, you look at that Bitcoin white paper, there's all of these same things: control, visibility, security, and privacy. And if you look down through the ages, back in time, Bitcoin was not the start of blockchain. Blockchain existed and started long before Satoshi Nakamoto. It goes all the way back to Stuart Haber and Scott Stornetta and Hal Finney. These are the fathers of blockchain. And you see Vitalik and Joe Lubin still working in the Ethereum space. Joe Lubin's consensus now has a layer 2. Vitalik is now recommending layer 2s and pushing this forward. And Polygon came out in 2017 and pushed for proof of stake. And Ethereum eventually merged and chose to go proof of stake. So it was a big win for the Polygon ecosystem when Ethereum said, hey, proof of stake was correct. Let's save the world. Let's be more environmentally friendly. And also this year, I'm really excited about the Denkun upgrade. What the Denkun upgrade did for the Ethereum ecosystem was enable rollups to actually become kind of center stage, because now rollups are faster, cheaper, and can store transient data, which this now enables. So we've moved from proof of work to proof of stake to this new proto-dank sharding, which we need to celebrate, and we have to teach people about what's going on. But now this explosion of rollups, who here is working on a rollup? Anybody? Great. There's a couple people in the room. People are now building L2s at an alarming rate. And the good news is that they're staying in the Ethereum ecosystem. Ethereum has really built this strong base as a home for the entire blockchain industry, whereas alts have not really grown. So Ethereum's ecosystem is massive, and I think we can all agree, we're here at ETHGlobal, so we might be a little biased, but Ethereum is the clear winner, but it's getting more love than it can handle. That scalability issue, we've resolved the scalability issue by implementing layer 2s. Layer 2 protocols have made Ethereum scalable. Finally, this is amazing. We've reached this point in time where you can go and you can deploy on an L2. It's fast, it's cheap. We're really at a turning point in the blockchain space. However, we've created a problem. Who here knows the problem? It's pretty clear on the screen. We've fragmented all of the liquidity in our ecosystem. So now all of our money is split up across L2s. And now we have to pay extra fees to move money between those L2s. So this is not a Polygon site, I made this up, but there's a quadrilemma now. We now have a liquidity problem. How do we solve this liquidity problem? Well, I'm going to tell you the solution. We've already been working on it, and it's called unified liquidity or aggregation. We need to aggregate all the liquidity across all the L2s and L1s into one aggregation layer. It needs to be something that everyone can agree on. It needs to be a public good. And this is the vision of Polygon, is to have aggregated blockchains. And right now, any Polygon CDK chain, who's here's used the chain development kit? Great. The chain development kit lets you build your own rollup, and I think I've seen it done in 10 minutes flat, deploying your own blockchain. You can now build your own L2 very quickly, and it's becoming so common that we need to aggregate them back together. And so now the Polygon CDK chains are already going to natively be part of this ag layer future. Of course, we've got all the big brands that started with Polygon, but now we can bring all the other chains together. So you don't just get these companies like Nike and Hello Kitty working on one single chain. Now they'll work across the entire ag layer. So if you bring your ag layer chains together, we're bringing a ton of new companies into the space, and they're launching their L2s to connect to ag layer. So this is the future. I know I'm preaching, but I think I'm preaching to the choir. And if you guys want to keep building on Polygon or on any of the ag layer chains, the Dabble Club is a spin out from Polygon. We are the super team for Ethereum. So we are here to help you, whether you're building on Polygon, Proof of Stake, ZK EVM, Polygon Maiden, A-Star, Immutable, any of the aggregated chains, we want you to work with us. So I also want to encourage you guys to sign up to come to the aggregation summit. So who's going to Thailand? Anyone going to Thailand? Woo! Let's go to Thailand. So November 10th to 11th, we're doing a major aggregation summit. So think of it as like L2 day, but even bigger and badder. And then also maybe more urgently, this weekend is the last time you can do to submit your pitch for pitching on stage in Thailand. So if you go and submit your pitch this weekend while you're at the hackathon, go submit for the Poll Rush campaign. And if you have the best pitch, you'll be on stage at the aggregation summit, and you can pitch for as much money as you want. I'm going to say that again. You can pitch for a grant of any amount that you want. That's pretty cool. So let's LFG that. Also, I want to get people excited. I'm wearing right here an open source AI wearable personal AI. The future is not closed source. The future is open source, particularly in the AI space. We need to help them maintain privacy, and we need to maintain open source. So I'm giving these devices away to anyone that builds on Polygon. And I'm going to extend that to people who are online. If you reach out to me, I will help you get integrated, and we will build something with this OMI device, which is also known as Friend. You can build this weekend, and I will help you. And the founder will come to the hackathon tomorrow, and we will build something really amazing, open source AI on-chain. Here's the QR code, takes you to our Notion with links to every single one of those things I talked about. And I want to yield the rest of my time so you guys can learn about something else that's really exciting from the DevRel, from Dabble Club. Mel, AKA Troop Degen, come tell us what's going on exciting in your space.
Thanks, Colin. Thanks, everyone. So I hope you're ready to go through some code. We're going to go to how to build a frame in less than 20 minutes. Okay, so I hope you're ready. And we're going to make it. WAGME, of course. So I'm Mel, TripDegen, and we're going to go to create that frame with Polygon transactions. You have the full repository available, and I'll show it in a bit. But very, very quickly, so what are frames? So if you go to Warpcast, you know Farcaster. Who has a Farcaster account here? If you don't, come by me, and if you're gonna build, just create your account, and if you build on Polygon and build a frame, or just build on Polygon, we'll get that account for you refunded on Polygon, of course. But anyways, so here's what you can do on Farcaster. Farcaster is a sufficiently decentralized social network, and what's very cool about Farcaster, it enables applications built inside publications. So think of Twitter or Reddit. Whenever you have a post, well, mostly these posts are read-write, right? So you can just read and interact with it via replying. But what if you could create a frame, a window into an application that you built yourself, and you can build any custom experience inside of it. You can do on-chain stuff. You can do off-chain database centralization. And for example, on this frame, what we're doing is allowing anyone to send some tokens. For example, this token is an ERC20 token, or you can also just send plain Matic, and we're going to build this frame very quickly. Yeah, so the Farcaster frames, the way they work, it's mostly an image. This image has to have certain metadata tags, HTML tags. If you know about web development, like the Open Graph standard, which is a little bit hidden, Farcaster is using the Open Graph standard to enable this frames creation. But for us, it's going to be very easy. You can place images or build these images from code, and you can put one input text at the most, and up to 4 buttons. And you can link different frames together to create a user flow. And on the back end, at the end, for you as a developer or as a builder, you can just do whatever you want. It's a Node.js backend or a web server backend, as long as you have like the right tools, in which we will use one that's very good. You can connect the database, you can connect to the blockchain, and you can use the existing Firecaster graph, to check the followers, check channels which the users are subscribed to or they are members of with the new implementation. So it has a lot of potential. So right now, let's see. This is the GitHub repository for the live example. You can, everything that we're gonna build here is available on GitHub, so you can check the code. It's very simple, it's very easy, but here's the full repository, and I'm going to move to the actual code. So we're going to be using Frog for this demo, and we're going to be using NPM, which is fine. And let's create a very quick application here. So let me zoom in this so you can see better. Name of the project. It's called ETHGlobal SF Frames Demo. We're going to use the next JS template so we can deploy it more easily into Vercel. Let's switch to ETHGlobal SF. Then we run npm install. And then after running the installation package, we can open our VS Code, and we can, or whatever editor we're using. It's waiting for a little bit, there we go. And we can run the development server right away, over here. Let's open this, and let's run the dev server. So let me move around my windows. So straight out of the box, we have like a working demo of a Firecaster frame, locally, of course. So we need to go to local 3000/API/dev, and that's going to be our, the dev route under the API is going to be our route for working locally. And whenever we deploy into Vercel, we're going to be using the API root route. So this is what Frog brings us out of the box. So you can deploy this into Firecaster, and you will have this functionality. But we're going to be moving very fast because we have 17 more minutes. So we already have a working Firecaster frame app, and everything is going to happen inside the API route file. So this works like a web server. At the end of the day, it's a web server for us. So you point to a route, and you get a response from the framework, which is Frog. And depending on the route that you choose, you can create different images or different experiences. This one just needs to add the title, ETHGlobal SF demo. And this is what's running. And to make it easier, you can also place images. We have this is like, we instantiate the Frog application. And that's going to be like our node, or you used Express, or this is built on top of Ono. So it's just a web server. And we are going to start declaring our routes. So different routes, if we want to link a frame to another. For example, right now we just have all of this. And whenever the user gets to the root route, we got some context object here that has a lot of utility. You can get the bottom values that the user clicks. You can get the input text that the user enters, and into the next frame, you can get this data from the user. So it works as a feedback mechanism for you. And the values, you can assign them to, this is at the end of the day, it's still node. And you then return a response with the context method. And first you declare an image. You can use either HTML-like syntax. If you've used CSS inside JavaScript, no, inside the HTML, something like this, so inline styles. Or you can use Frog UI, which is the one that we're going to be using. And as you can see here, all of this code is created into an image. So this is an image. So Frog uses Satori on the back end to convert all of your code into images. And this, you can use the code as HTML tags to create images, or you can just grab an image online. Let's say Mudeng meme. Let's grab one here. I love that it bites. So copy image address. This should work. Or you can replace the whole HTML for just an image URL. Something like this. Hold on. And this has to be, there we go. And you can always just create your images on Figma or something, and you can place the images as URL, and it gets it. And you can also use images as background image. That's also something possible. So you can enable like very cool, just with background, I think. You can check it on the documentation anyways. So let's return to our code, and we're going to be using, well, other than this, we have all of these intents, which is where the user interacts. So you have one input field, and you have up to 4 buttons. So for example, if I click this, I have up to 4 buttons, and you can use, under these constraints, that's where your innovation happens. Like, how can I make this more fun? How can I make this more interactive for my users? How can I take advantage of X or Y? So let's reset all of this. And with the buttons is where we start doing things like action, sorry. So if you put this action and next or frame 2, and then you create a new, let's just copy and paste this. So this way you can create the next frame. So we said it was frame 2, and let's just change this here so we have next, and this one's going to be frame 2. It's just for illustration purposes. Let's refresh our frame server. Now we have the next, and if I click it, I go to the next frame. So this is very simple. This is how you can create the flows. So you can use different buttons to work as navigation, or buttons to work as specific actions. So now the one that we want to do is sending Matic, which is the native token for Pol, or rather Pol, the native token for Polygon proof of stake. And for this, let's take a little deeper dive into Frog and check the UI. So we want to use this UI because it's way easier to handle. So we just need to create this file inside our app. Let's copy this, and under the source, it's just UI.ts, yeah, okay. So let's place it here, copy paste, and then we just need to import it in our main application, like so. Can copy this. Just make sure to add it to your app. You need to add this property or this object. So that's what we're gonna do. In our main route, we're going to import the elements that we just created, and it's called a UI.ts. It's not finding it. Let's see. So it's, there we go. And we have to add the UI here. UI bars. And now we can have like a much better, if you've ever used Chakra UI, which is the one that it reminds me of Chakra. And now instead of having to do all of these ugly inline styles, you have like a better, indication, like more, I don't know, I like it more. And this is Polygon transactions frame. And we're just going to say send some tokens to Double Club. And over here I had this couple of constants. So this is to enable not only native token to be sent, but we will also be sending an ERC20 token called Shock, which is a Mexican stablecoin deployed on Polygon. Yeah. And yeah, let's remove a couple of these buttons. So let's say we're going to remove the input, and just let's put this like Y here, send Pol, or send MXN, which is Mexican stablecoin. And now here you would explain like, okay, if we want to give like a small explanation of why we built this frame, so we can just put here, this is a demo for ETHGlobal SF. And this one is going to take you back. This is unnecessary, but I think we have enough time. Yeah, we're running out of time. And just remove all of this. Okay, so right now we have 2 frames. We have the first that just explains why, and the second, no, rather, the first one is the root one. It's like the introductory, and the why, it takes you to the next frame, okay? So you go back, and the back one should take you actually to root. So do this. So that's how we are creating some navigation, you see? And now we want to enable this send poll or send shock, which is pesos. And here we will be using the transactions from Frog FM. So we can go here and check the button.transaction. And we're going to enable first for sending poll. So let's put it here. Instead of this one, we will be actually using the send poll one. And we need to create these 2 frames. First for send poll, and the other will be for send pesos. You can also do USDC, sorry. So it just depends which ERC20 token you want to do. In our case, we are using shock, and this is button.transaction. And it can do, like, if you deploy a token, you can use the double bot to deploy it, and it goes through you and gives you the token address, and you can just plug this address into here, and that's how you can enable these transactions. So let's go very quickly to the documentation, see how we do the transaction. So it's a very similar route, you see? The way you build it is extremely similar. We're going to actually copy both, because we're going to use one for the native token and one for the ERC20 token. So send poll is going to receive the 2 address. This is who are we sending this address, this poll specifically. So we're going to be using recipient address. And the value, let's set it parse ether. We need to, I think there's an utility for this, amazing. And you can send 1 poll, which is 36 cents or so right now. And for the other one, we just need an ABI. For this, we can just install Beam, or you can even install also Ethers. I like Beam a little bit more, but it's just a matter of preference. npm Beam. And because we are going to be needing the ERC20 ABI, you can use any custom, so that's fine. Chain ID, of course, use Polygon's chain ID, which is 137. The function is going to be transfer. It's an ERC20 token, so we're going to be able to access the transfer function. The arguments, we need to establish who are we sending it to and what's the value, if you know the ERC20 implementation. So the first will be the recipient address, and later parse ether, and we're going to hard code this into just a 5, which is also like 25 cents-ish of a dollar. And we need to send this transaction to the ERC20 token. So we need that address to be set here. And lastly, we now should have the ERC20 ABI, perfect, and ready. And let's just switch the routes. And as you can see, we are only enabling 2 more buttons as a transaction button and setting the routes. And under our frame, we create these transaction routes. So what's happening is whenever the user hits the button of one of our transaction buttons, the server is going to look for these transaction routes and send back to the user this like transaction-ish data. So, chain ID to value. So it's captured, and what the Farcaster client does, it takes the transaction data and it triggers the wallet to send this transaction. So now we can refresh, And now we see the small bolts on the buttons, so that means they are we're using the transaction, and now you see that we have a transaction trigger here. So why is it switching to optimism? We are doing something wrong here. This 137. Oh, my bad. 37 here. Send poll. Send transaction. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. And now we get the one poll transfer. You see, we already are sending this transaction to our destination address, and we can also do it for the ERC20 token as well. So now we get the confirmation, and we're interacting with an ERC20 token. We also get this transaction sent, and you see the transaction is confirmed here. You can view here, and that's how you keep track of it. Deployment is very easy. Yeah, you just, let's see. It's not gonna give us time, because it's gonna take some time to build. But let's say git status, git init. Oh, yeah. Let's see if I can make it in 5. Or if there are any questions, you can start right now. I'll try to deploy as fast as I can. I don't think we can make it. Any questions on the frame implementation? You know, the frame is working. We're sending poll. We're sending shock in ERC20. So yeah, what you can do with this is just whatever your imagination takes you to. We explained a very simple one. You can do minting here. You can connect on the back end. You know, at the end of the day, it's just the Next.js API. So you can do whatever you want on the back end. You can create a database where it talks about doing some like chat chat with AI agents. You can leverage AI to help you create user flows, create consumer experiences, collectibles, what else, like commerce, send payment links via Warpcast, or rather via Firecaster as a message, and it opens a frame, and you can like charge your customers that way. Just anything social, leverage token minting and token gating together to access different channels. And yeah, you know, if you have any idea or any questions, you can also find us in the booth. And lastly, you can also find all of these and more relevant content on our Learn platform. That's learn.dabble.club. You have courses for this. We have resources for building on Polygon and on Web3. And yeah, if that's all, if nobody has any question, that's a workshop. And once again, thank you very much. Here's the repository once again. I lost. It's here.
So if folks have questions for these speakers, I'd ask that you ask the questions just outside the hall here, because we're going to roll straight into
Hi, everybody. Okay, this is working. Yeah, thanks so much for coming to the workshop today. I'm going to be telling you more about Story. My name is Jacob. I'm on the DevRel team at Story. And before I begin, I just want to give you a brief introduction. I know some of you have checked out our booth, and thanks for coming. But Story is trying to solve the problem of creative IP. Right now, the current legal system for creative IP is antiquated. It is old and inefficient. If you were to try and register your IP, it'd be very difficult to do that unless you're a big player like, Disney. And if you have if you had a lot of money, access to lawyers, time, you'd be able to go about registering your IP. But we want to make it easier for the smaller creators to do so. And more importantly, we're doing that by, we have our own L1 blockchain, the world's IP blockchain. And we want to make it easier for small creators to do that by just running a transaction on the blockchain to register your IP. And when you do that, attach license terms to your IP, so you can communicate to other people how you want them to use that IP. So if they can create derivatives of it, how they can use it commercially, what is the commercial revenue share. So these are all terms that you can set directly on our protocol. And so the workshop today is going to be covering how to actually do that in code using the TypeScript SDK. So before I dive in, I just want to mention that all of this is also available on our documentation at docs.story.foundation. And actually, if a few of you want to follow along while I'm doing this, you totally can. If you go to our docs and just click on either one of these two links, you'll have access to the code that I'm going to go over. So it's all available for you. And if you want to, do what I do during this workshop, you can afterwards as well. All right, so let's just dive into it. So in my cursor here, and thanks Cursor. Cursor's going to be helping me out today. It's been super helpful. I'm going to show you how to register your IP using the SDK. So if you go to this tutorial and you scroll down a little bit past all this explanation stuff, you should see a copy and pastable command to install your dependencies. So you're going to install the core SDK. Pinata is what I'm going to be using to upload files to IPFS. But you could use whatever you want, and VM as well for just communicating to the blockchain. So let's go ahead and just dive into it. So I'm going to first set up my story config. So in order to do that, I'm just going to, because I think it's really boring and it doesn't really have to do exactly with story, I'm just going to go ahead and copy some code just to skip past the boring stuff. So in my .env, I have already set my wallet's private key and also a JSON web token I got from the Pinata website so that we can upload some data to IPFS later when we're registering our IP. So in my code now, I have my private key, imported from my env file, and I've created an account from that private key. And so now we're going to quickly set up the story config. Again, this is some boring stuff, but it is important, obviously. We're going to put our account right here that we just created. Cursor is suggesting some things which are helpful, but I'm not going to do that just so I can show you all. And a RPC provider URL. Now this is just, oh look, it actually gave us too much. The RPC provider URL is just a basic one that we provide. I actually have this set up in a utils file here. And if you're curious, all these other files that are on the left here, these are all different examples of registering IP on stories. So whether it's a song, whether it's an image, or something else, or even an example of registering derivative IP, you can also view that on the left here. And again, that's all available on our documentation. But I have, as you can see here, my RPC provider URL is set, so I'm just importing that into this file. And then lastly, I'm just going to specify the chain ID, which is actually called Iliad. We are currently in our first testnet phase, which is called Iliad. The next one, our whole engineering team is actually working on in office right now. That's going to be called Odyssey, and that's coming out in a couple weeks with a bunch of really cool updates to our royalty module and a bunch of other stuff I can describe at the end. But right now, the current chain is Iliad. So that's what we're calling our testnet. And we're also really excited for mainnet, which will be coming in a couple months. Okay, so now that we have our config set up, we can initialize our client. And that's just going to be, as you see on the right here, story client.new client, and we're going to pass in our config. So now we are ready to actually interact with story now that we have our client. So before we actually go ahead and register our IP, we need to set some metadata. So it's really important to us to track, attribution data. Who created this IP? Was it, and what actually is it? Is it a book? Is it music? What is the IP that we're actually registering? And in order to help us out, on our docs, we have a page called the IP metadata standard. And this is there to help all of you developers walk through how to actually set proper metadata on your IP assets. So the title, you can imagine this as the title of your book, a description of it. Is it music? Is it, is it written text? What are some of the relationships associated with this IP? So how does it relate to other IP that's registered on the chain? You can set a watermark image, media, like let's say, this is a song, you could put the song asset under this, certain attributes like rarity, things like that, but you can also check this out on your own if you would like. So we're gonna try and set up some metadata associated with our IP. So if we go to another line here, we can do, as it says on the right, we can set some metadata. And we're going to use a helper function in our SDK called generate IP metadata. This is going to make it so that we can provide the metadata that we want, and then it's automatically going to fill in all the others as empty fields or empty arrays. So it's a great helper for us. So the title, we can just say this is my book IP. So just for this example, we'll say that I'm going to register a book I wrote as IP on story. And then I'll add a little description that just says, like, I don't know, this book is really cool. I don't know what else to put, so we'll put that. And then we'll just put some attributes just to fill in the blanks here. So again, we'll just say key. This is just going to be a rarity trait. And you'll actually notice it is similar to NFT metadata, but we'll get to that in a second as well. And we'll just say this is legendary. Yeah. Sure, yeah. Is this better for everyone to see? Awesome. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, yeah, I spelled it right, thank God. Okay. So as we go into the next step, now we're going to set some NFT metadata. So on Story, when you register IP, how it works is you take an NFT that exists on Story Protocol and you register that as IP. Now this NFT represents ownership over that piece of IP. So this is really interesting because now we're sort of unlocking DeFi, what we're calling IPFi, around IP. So the buying and selling of ownership of IP assets. So let's say you have a piece of IP that's earning revenue, like my book, for example. If someone were to reference that book in their book and register their book as a derivative of mine, you can almost imagine we're creating a sort of IP graph. And when that derivative work earns revenue, I would also earn revenue since I created the original work, and that royalty would flow up the graph automatically because of our royalty module. And I own the NFT to that original work, so I would get those royalties, but it's really interesting, if I were to maybe sell that NFT on a secondary market, whoever bought that NFT from me would now earn all revenue from that work. So you can imagine what it would mean to maybe buy and sell the rights to Mickey Mouse. Whoever bought that NFT, there's a lot of speculation around the pricing of that because they would earn the revenues for that IP. So that is why we have, that is the NFT importance on Story, is again, it represents the ownership of that IP asset. And we will mint an NFT in a second, but that's where we have to set some metadata first. So we're going to do that right now. We're going to say const metadata equals, and we're going to set a name. Now this all just follows, unlike the IP metadata, which follows our IPA metadata standard, the NFT metadata is all just basic Open Zeppelin traditional metadata standards that you're used to on any other chain. So the name will just say this represents ownership of my book IP. We'll also just set a description saying this is a cool book. And then the image, I'm just going to copy and paste an image that I used in my tutorial. This, I believe, actually this link is a helpful website to use to randomly generate images. So it's helpful for the purposes of a demo. Okay, cool. So now that we've set all of our metadata, we're going to scroll on to the next part, and we're actually going to upload this metadata to IPFS. For the sake of this demo, I already have a file here called upload.json to IPFS. This is just a, again, basic script to use Pinata to upload our metadata to IPFS. And again, this part is kind of boring, so I'm going to skip past this because it's not entirely story related. So I will post that right here. Now, what this is going to do is, again, use that upload function to take our IP metadata we set, upload it to IPFS. It's going to give us back a hash. And we're also, for later, you'll see in a second here, we're also just going to straight up hash that object so that we can pass it into the function and register our IP on Story. Okay, so now we're getting to the actual cool part, which is finally the registration. So now that we have all of our metadata set, we're going to go to our line down here, and we're going to do the process of registering. Now, this process has a few things involved. The first is we need to actually mint an NFT again to represent ownership of that IP asset. And then we're going to register that NFT as an IP asset, and it's going to go into the IP asset registry on Story. And when we do that, we're also going to pass in licensing data or license terms associated with that IP. So if you actually go to our docs, and scroll down to where it says programmable IP license, this is the license that we use on Story. So just like any other traditional legal document that exists in the world today, our programmable IP license is a license that our legal team has drafted, and it's based off US copyright law and able to be upheld in court the same way that any other legal document would. This license exists actually off-chain, again, just like a normal legal document. And you know what? I'll actually show it here. If I click on this link, this will bring us to a GitHub link, which actually shows the license. So as you can see, if I were to scroll down here, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand this too well. But if we scroll down here, you can see there's certain terms like territory, channels of distribution, expiration, there's an attribution clause, derivatives clause. All of these are legal clauses that specify how people can use their IP. And what we've done on Story is we've taken these terms and mapped them on chain in our Solidity smart contracts on our protocol. So when you go to register IP, you're just going to pass in certain data. And if we go back to our docs, it'll actually show you what that struct looks like. If we go to pill terms, you can see this is actually what that legal document looks like on chain. So these pill terms, again, have a derivatives clause, has a commercial clause, and this is enforced directly by our protocol. So when someone, for example, pays a derivative or a grandchild IP asset, the protocol can enforce that those royalty payments flow up the chain so that the original author earns revenue. So again, it is all enforced by the protocol directly. So let's go back to our tutorial here. And first, again, we have to mint that NFT to represent ownership of this. And so I'm gonna use Cursor to save the day and input that code here. So again, just for the purposes of this demo, I have a mint NFT function. This is just using VM to call into an example smart contract that I've deployed. It's going to mint it to a certain address. In this case, I'm just going to mint it to my admin address, and also a URI field, which is just all that's going to do is pass in the IPFS link with the NFT IPFS hash. So all this metadata is going to be set on the NFT. Now, I do want to quickly pause here. You may be thinking, well, it's kind of inconvenient to have to mint an NFT and then afterwards run a transaction to register that NFT as an IP asset, and I would agree with you. And so what we've done is we actually have another part of this tutorial, section 5B, which mints an NFT and registers all in the same transaction. This is actually using a utility contract called the Story Protocol Gateway. And this is, again, deployed in our protocol. It's a utility contract that does both at the same time. So I'm just going to quickly scroll down here to show you. I'm not going to do it in this workshop, but there is a function called mint and register IP asset with pill terms. I'm going to increase the font here maybe so you can see it better. But this will do both at the same time. If you want a little bit more custom code, you can deploy your own NFT contract, and that's what I did for this workshop, just to show you a different example. But again, you can follow that if you want as well. Okay, so I'm going to scroll back up to where we were. And now that we have our NFT, I'm going to say const response equals client. So we're going to use our client we set up earlier, .ipasset.register IP, and attach pill terms right here. And so there's a few things we have to pass in here. The first is the NFT contract address of where that NFT came from or where it was minted from. That is just NFT contract address. I'm importing that from my utils file here. You can see I've preset that so that we didn't have to do that in this workshop. And that exists right here. Okay, so now we're going to go back to our file. And let's go back to ETHGlobal here. And I'm going to set also the token ID. So this is just very simply the token ID that we just minted. And then, like I promised earlier, we're also going to set some licensing terms on our IP. So we're going to actually just for this demo, we're going to say the pill type is pill_type non-commercial remix. And this is actually just one of the flavors that we support. So we understand that there's a ton of different combinations of this license terms that you could set. But for your convenience, we've created some flavors, or our legal team has created some popular flavors that you can use to, again, set license terms on your IP. So one of them is non-commercial social remixing. This is for, when you don't truly care what happens to your IP, you want others to be able to create derivatives of it, but you don't want people to commercialize it. So if I had a image and I wanted someone else to be able to create infinite derivatives of it, but not put it on a t-shirt and sell it, I would set some non-commercial social remixing terms. But further below, we have another flavor called commercial use. This is a merged example. So if I want to say, you know what, if you want to use my image or you want to use my Pikachu that I've created because I'm an artist and I've created Pikachu, and you have to pay me 100 USDC every time you put that on a t-shirt and sell it, I can set that in my licensing terms right here. And so just going back to this example, we're just going to use non-commercial social remixing, which says, okay, you know what, anyone can actually use this, but they can't commercialize it. Okay, so this function also expects a few other parameters that really don't matter because we are just using the non-commercial social remixing. These terms are used for, again, a commercial setting where you want someone to pay you when, when they actually use your IP. Now, the last part of this is that IP metadata, and I'm actually going to go ahead again because this is boring and I want to make sure that I have time for some questions. This is some IP metadata that you can set. So this is an IP metadata URI. All this stuff is just going to be set. Again, I think you probably don't want to hear me explain this, but you could just go in our docs and read that. This is just that we make sure we're setting proper metadata on our IP and NFT when we go to register it. And then the last thing here is we're just going to set some transaction options to say we want to wait for the transaction to complete so that we can access some data after it so I can show all of you. Now this is giving me an error here. I believe I can just say as number and that should fix it. All right, awesome. And then we're just going to console.log some information after, and I'm going to show you this live on our Explorer. So if the, let's see, this is giving me an issue here. What does this say? Oh, I didn't say await. Oops. Okay, so if I await this call. So if the demo gods are with me today, this should work. Let's see what happens here. So it's minting a new NFT. It's going to now start registering that IP on the story. And when this is completed, it'll give us a link to our Explorer that should look something like this. This is a Azuki image that I've registered earlier. Obviously, I'm not the author of this. This is all in a testnet environment. But if I was the owner of an Azuki, it would come up right here, and then some extra data that I'll show you in a second. So let's see. Here we go. So it worked. Awesome. So we can actually go to our Explorer page. We should see that this should refresh in a second. So let's see if it actually comes up. All right, so actually one thing I'll show you here is on the right side, you can see the license terms. So one awesome thing about Story is we're trying to improve the transparency of IP licensing. So we are currently working on something called the Creator Hub, which is a environment for you to search for IP and find IP that you want to use in your work so that you can mint a license from it, you can create derivatives with it, all that fun stuff. Okay, so here is our NFT. Now, again, this is just a random image that was generated from that URL, but you can see the name, you can see the image here. Here are some NFT details, and we can actually view the NFT URI that we set earlier, so we can see it's all working. Some IP details, I'll zoom in so you can see. Here we go. So this is just some extra metadata associated with the NFT, and it has correctly worked. So there is the demo. Now, one other thing I want to show you before I open this up to some questions is I was actually experimenting earlier with a lot of people had come up to us and said, well, we're actually really interested in registering music. We think it'd be really cool to register the stems of a song or a sped up version of the song or a remix of a song. So earlier I was actually experimenting with it. And I found, actually our engineering team really quickly updated it so that the Explorer supports music as well. So if I actually were to go in here and let me just copy this that I was working on earlier and paste it into our tutorial here, just like this. I'm going to run the script again, and hopefully what should happen is this song that was created, actually forget where it was created. It was created on, Suno. So Suno is like a AI platform where you can generate songs. I use that to create a new song, and I'm going to now register it as IP on Story. And so here we go. Here is the Explorer link. It might take a second for this to actually load, but when it does, we should see that we can actually play the song directly on our Explorer. And again, the idea is that this would come up on our hub, so you could go and search for songs that you really like, and you can mint a license for it and then use it in your own work. Let's say a TikTok video, an Instagram video, whatever you want, or you could tinker with the song. So take a part of it or speed it up or slow it down, and then you could register that as a derivative. And any revenue that you earn on that derivative song would have to be paid back to the original creator based on the license terms that were set. So if we were to refresh the page here, let's see if this actually comes up. And this was done not actually a couple hours ago, so we'll see if it goes through. Let's see, it's still thinking. Here we go. So now, I don't know if it's actually going to play. I'm afraid to like blow the speakers off or something. But you can see there's actually a song now. So you can see there's a song on our Explorer now. And so again, the idea is that you'd be able to search for songs. And yeah, so thanks for that. This was the 20 minutes of the workshop. And any questions, I'm happy to answer. Sure. Does this support video? I actually don't know. I would assume if it's like an animated PNG, it would support that. Actually, I know it does support that. I don't know if it supports MP4 files, but that's an interesting thing. I'll test that after. Yeah. Yeah.
This may be a little bit silly, but what happens if I try to register something that is not my property, right? Like maybe I want to use like you said, an NFT yesterday, right? Maybe I try to use that one as my property. What happens in that scenario?
That's a really good question. So what we do is we support, well, there's two sectors to this. The first is we support what's called a on-chain dispute module. So what we're trying to do is make it so that most IP can be disputed directly on-chain. Now we're currently in the process and we're working with third-party dispute mechanisms or dispute apps to figure out how that process would work. But we want to make sure that most IP can be disputed on-chain. And again, that's to make things more efficient. But we also understand that a lot of disputing needs to happen off-chain. We need humans, we need courts. We don't want to overwrite the legal system, we just want to make it more efficient. And so in the same way that right now, if we had a license between each other and I violated that license or I violated your IP, you could take me to court over that license. The same is true of the programmable IP license or what we call the PIL. You would be able to take me to court and we would be able to talk about the arbitration in the same exact way. But of course, we want to make sure that most disputes happen on chain.
But what if you don't know my identity? Let's say you created an NFT and I'm taking your asset and trying to sell it and you don't know who I am, just a valid address. How would you sue me?
Yeah, sorry, do you mind repeating that question? I started to hear it.
Let's say you're the creator of a Suzuki NFT and I steal your asset or NFT and make money out of it. And you don't know who I am. I just know the valid address. So how would you sue me?
Yeah, that's also a really good question. So one thing that's associated with IP infringement, obviously, is the search and discoverability of disputed IPs or IPs that are not using your IP in a good way. Story is not trying to solve that specific problem. We do think that in the same way that, for example, Netflix made media content much more available, it also at the same time reduced pirating. And so we believe that if we are able to make IP more accessible, it will reduce IP maluse. We believe that most people want to go about IP in the legal way. People want to register IP in a legal way. And so we're trying to make that more efficient. However, if you were to make any significant amount of revenue and that were to come to my attention as the creator of that, again, I would be able to take you to court over that or dispute it on chain or any of the above. Yeah.
So if I were to write a book and I were to register it on Story,
Yep.
and own the story, and then someone were to take that book and write that book and publish that book, like the legal terms that you showed us should allow me to sue them.
Right. So I believe you're saying, what if I were to what if you were to register your book on Story, but someone else then just wrote that exact same book and sold it? Yeah. So in that, it would be the same in that case. So in the same way that, well, I guess, yeah, the programmable IP license.
I think the question was, are the legal terms legal enforceable? I suppose yes, and the answer is yes. So the license that gets generated on chain is obviously parameters, but you can render that to a legal document that you can enforce outside. But does that like map to the U.S. IP system? Yeah, it's based on the same thing. Yeah. And made with lawyers, made with law firms. Okay. So if I
Yeah, and one thing I do want to add to that, thanks Andrea for answering that question. Yeah, so while we are focused on creative IP, obviously we do understand that there is other types of copyright, patents, that kind of thing. The programmable IP license is just the first example of what we're calling a license template on our protocol. A license template, again, it's just a set of terms that I showed you in that legal document. And the pill is mostly focused on creative IP, but the protocol does support adding other license templates that are maybe more specific to patents or other types of IP. It's just that it natively supports the pill, but yeah, it's permissionless. So theoretically, you'd be able to add a license template that supports more, different types of copyright. Yeah.
So in one of the examples you were showing with a generative AI song, how is Story handling Gen AI, given that, at least in the US, we have copyright in this generative AI?
So sorry, do you mind repeating that? It's hard to hear up here.
No, no worries. So in one of your examples, you showed a solo song, which is generative AI
Yeah.
in the content. Currently, legally, you cannot copyright generative AI content. So how is the contract?
Oh.
Like, how do you tell the story, hey, this is Gen AI?
Right, I totally hear what you're saying now. Yeah, so the question is, I used Sumo AI to generate a song, but generative AI songs are not necessarily copyrightable. So there are a few things associated with that. Actually, I'll go back to the pill terms here. Actually, I'll go back to the metadata standard here. So there's a few things in our metadata standard we've actually done to talk about this. The first one is if you scroll down, there are something called robot terms, which says, okay, this is training data, and I don't want you to train on certain data. So I don't want this specific agent to train on this data that I'm providing. A lot of LLMs right now, what they're doing is they're using certain training data that are not licensed, and they're using that to produce certain outputs. So for example, Sumo AI is using pre-existing songs and training on it and producing certain output that is not paying original creators in order to do that. And so what we want to do with Story is make it so that training data is more licensable and easier to recognize, so that Sumo is, that when it produces certain output and that song, for example, earns much revenue, we want to make it so that that training data that it trained on also earns a cut of that after the fact. So we're trying to make it so that both the input and output of AI, whether it's Sumo AI or something else, is licensed and is more easily accessible. Yeah.
One more question.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Can we use ENS to name individual IP, like each individual piece of IP?
Yeah, well, no, I don't think at the moment. I think we are working with an ENS service to potentially do that, but it's not live at the moment. One other question. Yeah.
There's like a separate blockchain for Troy, but what was the reason for creating a separate blockchain?
Really good question. So the question is, why did we make our own separate blockchain and not maybe deploy on another blockchain? So the reason for that was, we didn't want to. Actually, only a few months ago, we had our protocol deployed on Sepolia, and we wanted to actually eventually deploy on ETH mainnet. The issue was that, or one of the biggest issues was gas concerns. Chains are not able to handle the extensive IP graphs that we want to support. When you bring into the picture absurd amounts of remixing and derivatives, you could imagine a graph that's thousands of layers deep and extends very wide. And this is one thing, but when you start talking about automated royalty flows too, where let's say a child that's thousands of layers deep earns revenue and it flows all the way up the chain, that was just not compatible on existing solutions. And so Story is a purpose-built chain using precompiles and other improvements, both at the execution layer and consensus layer, to make it so that IP graphs are more efficient, and so something like that is handled more properly.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're actually out of time for this session. If you have further questions, do you guys have a booth? How should they find you if they have more questions?
The Story booth will be over there in like 2 seconds.
If you have more questions for Andrea.
wait, what? All right, I'm ready.
All right, everyone, please welcome Ali from Flow with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Oh, whoa, my loud voice does not go too well with these microphones. So today I'm gonna do a little bit more of a presentation and a little less of a workshop. And the topic is gonna be finding your flow state. The way I'm gonna help all of us by the end of this hopefully find our flow state is through cats and magic. If that's not what you're here for, I apologize because you're stuck for the next 20 minutes. A little bit about myself. My name is Ali Siraj. I do product at the Flow Foundation. Before that, I worked on product at various different startups as well as founded my own fintech startup out of university, which was an exciting and quite roller coaster experience. If you want to follow me on X, previously known as Twitter, I'm Ali Siraj0, and yeah. I'm going to start off with magic. I wasn't joking when I said that. When I say magic, I'm not talking about the typical, clowns that will go to a child's birthday party and pull a rabbit out of a hat. No. I'm talking about actual magic. The etymology of the word magic comes from the Proto-Indo-European word mag, which means to be able. I assume the vast majority of us here today are hackers and are going to be working tirelessly over the next 36 hours, probably not with a lot of sleep, probably with a lot of, caffeine and music playing to keep us awake. And one thing that I really wanted to highlight is we're not just, learning fun things on the side. We're not just like finding our next internship opportunity or job opportunity and networking. We have a chance over these next 36 hours or so to actually become wizards and to enable billions of people with the blockchain solutions that we're creating. We're creating magic in people's lives by enabling them, right? So let's not forget that. What did the world used to look like? Before blockchain, there was a trend in global digitalization. There were big buzzwords that all these Web 2 companies would throw out, like, oh, big data, you want to go through digital transformation in your organization. We had a system, a financial system, governance systems that were very centralized. There wasn't a lot of control. There was a lot of trust without verification. You'd put your money in a bank, you would just assume that it's always there. When there's a financial collapse, if you're in certain countries during crisis, you go to take that money out. Oh, sorry, we don't have that. We're lending it all out, right? There wasn't a lot of transparency. Things weren't quite flowing. In fact, any situation where there was a marketplace problem, you go to Y Combinator, every other startup is solving marketplace problems. Any marketplace problem where there's an inefficient intermediary causes deadweight loss that prevents us as a society from getting closer to the equilibrium of price and value, right? At the end of the day, I think that where blockchain really shines, and I want you guys to think about this while you're hacking your solutions, is in solving problems that we face in human coordination. That could be on the financial side, it could be on the time side, it could be on how we coordinate as a group of people, which we commonly see through DAOs, right? This revolution started with Bitcoin. I'm not sure if you guys know, but I hear that HBO figured out who Satoshi Nakamoto is. I'm still waiting to watch that, so I don't know. I would prefer no spoilers, but what really started it all was there was this perfect story that occurred where someone that no one really knew who it was created this new infrastructure, this new system that was decentralized. It helped us take back our God-given rights of privacy. It helped us take back true ownership. and it helped creating easier systems that aligned incentives, right? And when I was in university, when I first heard about this, I'm like, oh my God, this is the perfect story. There's this mystical character, he's a good guy. There's these big banks, they're the bad guys, and like, you know, there's a new culture forming, a new ethos around ideological, positive, results-driven, incentives-aligned communities being formed. People getting together, talking about how technology can be used to create a new future, a new tomorrow. It was an exciting energy, right? One day, everything changed. Can anyone tell me what they think one of the most important events in the history of crypto has been? The monkey thing? Return to monkey? What? Okay. Okay, Bored Ape Yacht Club. Okay, one thing. A little bit before Bored Ape. The what? The pizza that was bought at 10,000 Bitcoin. I'm sure that guy still regrets it to this day. Not anyone else? No. Crypto kitties. So cats, of course, cats. You know, someone one day got the crazy idea of putting cats on the blockchain, and everyone was shocked. Of course, like, I don't know why they were shocked. We had the internet forever, and people were putting images of cats there virally. But yeah, it all started with CryptoKitties in a lot of ways. And for those of you that don't know, CryptoKitties was a project that started at an ETHGlobal event just like this, I believe in Waterloo. And what ended up happening was very quickly, some people argue that it was one of the first like generative AI fun platforms because you could take two cats and breed them and they'd create a new cat. So exponential increase in cats on chain, right? Around 40,000 users ended up breeding these cats and buying them. 14,000 isn't a lot of people, right? I think in the next ETHGlobal event in Thailand, they're expecting 40,000 hackers. That's almost 3 times more than the amount of users that had these cats at the time. But it essentially throttled the entire Ethereum network. All of a sudden, like, prices for transactions ended up skyrocketing, and everyone's like, who's these damn cat people? Why are they putting this on chain? Like, this is not meant for images, it's meant for financial and infrastructure. What is this? And Ethereum experienced a massive challenge in onboarding and scalability issues. There was a lot of complex on-chain logic in Solidity to add to that. So at that time, these random cats being added on-chain raised a lot of questions for all of us in the ecosystem. And those questions were, is our system today actually scalable? And if not, what is the solution, right? People talked about different things. Some people said L2s are the solution for the scalability problem. Others said, you know, we could have systems that will scale like vertically. We could have sharding. It gives scalability and decentralization, but it's super complex and it has a lot of resource requirements. On the other hand, L2s, they have ease of protocol implementation and they're super flexible, but then it causes more fragmentation in the ecosystem, harms the UX, and has a complex developer experience. So the team behind CryptoKitties, you know, with all this in mind, started experimenting with more products, and Cheese Wizards came about, which was pretty much, you could think of it, the core idea behind it as rock, paper, scissors, right? You had all these different people competing with each other. And it took weeks and weeks and weeks to create a basic rock, paper, scissors application at the time in Solidity, and by the time it launched, it still had security problems. So the world eventually changed when these people behind these cats decided we needed something different. We needed something scalable. And that's where Flow blockchain came about. Flow is essentially the answer to the problems that Dapper Labs, which started like Cheese Wizards and CryptoKitties, faced when building mainstream consumer applications in the space. Flow is a new layer 1 blockchain. Well, not as new, but it's a layer 1 blockchain that was built with the very purpose of enabling those developers to create consumer experiences and scale to billions of users. There's many consumer applications that are currently built on Flow today, from NBA Top Shot, which was one of the very first applications that was launched on the chain, right? And one of the first things that people realized was there's an obstacle to getting everyday people, like your grandmother, like your cousin, to use a Web3 application. What are some of the things that people that aren't in Web3 experience when they first try to log into an app? Can anyone throw out some painful experiences? Man, this guy's been taking notes. Nice. I think you came back by my table earlier. Exactly. Like, you go to an application and you see connect wallet in the top right. Why the heck am I connecting my wallet? Like, what are they taking from me? Okay, now I have to download some strange plugin. Like, why do I have to download that? Whatever, I'll go along with it. Now I have to memorize a phrase of random words, but not only do I have to, note these down, I can't put them anywhere on my computer because something might happen. Okay, I need to, like, what's going on? Okay, now I did all of that. Now I want to use this application. What? I have to pay gas fees to be able to click this button? What in the world is going on? What are gas fees? Is that taxes? Where do I buy that? I Google it. Okay, a centralized exchange. All right, what is that? I'm going to go there. Now I have to buy this to be able to do something in the app. My transaction is rejected. At least in Canada, your transaction would be rejected and you'd have to get on 4-hour calls with your fraud department at your local bank. But long story short, that's not a very fun experience. And that prevents a lot of people from onboarding. So NBA Top Shot was one of the first major projects that was launched on the Flow blockchain. And it took all of these things into account. Even us, when we were building the blockchain, we're like, how do we use protocol level account abstraction to allow for walletless onboarding experiences? And I'll touch upon a little bit more in a bit, but how do we facilitate, gasless experiences as well? NBA Top Shot was able to do that, and they got millions of users. On some days, that single application got more transactions than the entire Ethereum network combined. So in a lot of ways, it was proved that there was a way forward with scalability, that a single application can scale to the level of an entire network. And that excited a lot more brands. The NFL came on board, MMA, cricket teams, Disney launched Disney Pinnacle with Disney Princess collections and Star Wars. Animoca came on board. There's a lot of the brands that we grew up consuming ended up getting into the blockchain space because they realized that it was technically feasible and they were building on Flow. And really what we wanted to unlock with Flow was Web3 for everyone, right? We created a new node architecture that you could think of like other ecosystems node structure as you have all these different nodes. They all do the exact same verification and execution. The more transactions that happen on chain, the more compute required, the more that gas fees go up. It wasn't really fully scalable. So the way that Flow solved that was having hyper-specialized and specific nodes. Each one of them focused on one single task. You could think of it almost like the Ford assembly line. You focus on this, you add this, you verify that, you execute this. This node is responsible for pulling like on-chain data or writing on-chain data, et cetera. What that allowed was horizontal scalability and scaling without sharding. Where we are today is we have about 600 million transactions, 45 million accounts, 440 nodes, and those nodes are in every continent except Australia. I'm currently talking with the penguins over there to see if we could strike a deal. But 20 countries worldwide. And some of the unique things about Flow is extremely affordable gas transactions. We have some applications in the ecosystem with millions of users that sponsor all their transactions and pay $5 in a given year. What we're doing right now also with Flow is last month something huge happened. We were building out our own ecosystem in a way that we were really trying to solve problems. We even introduced our own programming language called Cadence, but what we weren't doing was we weren't meeting developers where they were at. The vast majority of people in this room that are going to be coding smart contracts, including the guy on his laptop in the back right now, probably have experience with Solidity. Sorry for calling you out, brother. You could, nice. The fact of the matter is, even myself, when I got into the space, the first thing I did, I watched Patrick Collins videos, I went into crypto zombies. Like, 90% of developers use these tools, right? And if you don't cater to them, they have to learn an entirely new stack. That's not very safe. That's not very considerate for those developers. It creates a huge barrier. So where we are at right now is last month we just became EVM equivalent. We're doing some tests right now. We think we might be the fastest EVM chain. Like, don't quote me at that right now, but it seems like it could be between 20 to 25K TPS. We also have seen over 8,000 contracts get launched in recent weeks on the EVM side of things. What we're pushing for is it's as easy as changing your chain ID to launch on Flow, like if you're an EVM developer. But in addition to that, if you want to go deeper down the rabbit hole and unlock a lot of new and exciting value propositions, you could do something that we call EVM++, which is add on top of your EVM app a little bit of Cadence, which is our native programming language, to unlock a lot of extra cool value. Yeah, I already mentioned this. Some of the cool things with EVM++ is, I'll just skip ahead because I'm cognizant of time, the accessing flows cadence transaction model. So very unique, very different than overall EVM. It separates transaction roles into three: the proposer, the payer, and the authorizer. You can set who is which of each of these. So an example might be the application is the payer, but the user of that application is the authorizer and proposer of the transaction. There's also scripted transactions on flows that allow you to set preconditions and post-conditions for script execution. This is pretty programmable, and it allows for new opportunities, especially in DeFi, with having adaptive yield farming strategies. If these conditions are not met, we're going to change and go down this direction. Some of the examples of what else is unlocked is sponsoring the transactions, like I mentioned earlier. In DeFi, protocols can have multi-call for complex trades and facilitating atomic swaps. In DeFi, you could also have multi-sig transactions that require multiple people. Maybe you're doing peer-to-peer trading, the money's in an escrow, the transaction doesn't execute until both signers sign that transaction, right? And also UX benefits. Another type of transaction available on Flow are bundled transactions, where you could have a series of sequential transactions listed, and if one of those in those series fail for whatever reason, it reverts all of them. On Flow, there are also protocol-level primitives. There's a unique account model that has native account abstraction. This makes it easy to do walletless onboarding, as well as something called account linking, where if an application creates a wallet in the background, maybe you're just a brand new user, maybe years later you go down the rabbit hole, you have your own non-custodial wallet, and you wanna link that app account into yours, almost like a Google Drive folder, dragging it and all of its contents, assets, NFTs, fungible tokens within your master account. It's extremely easy to do that in Flow. Just like a Google Drive folder, you can get all the permissions and cut off the app's access to the permissions. Also, we have our own protocol level VRF function for on-chain randomness. You can call it directly in Solidity and get a random value within 1 minute. Much faster and easier to use in my experience than like Chainlink or other solutions. On Flow, there's also attachments. Attachments are kind of like what modding was for video games. Attachments are for Web3. It's a way to permissionlessly add additional data and functionality to a contract. You could do a lot of cool things, create new nestled NFTs, mini games within a game, new levels. If you're building a DeSci project, you could think of all of academia as like one big contract, and you're adding an attachment, pulling on existing publications, adding to that existing body of knowledge, and people are taking from you and adding even more on top of it, etc. As well as things in SocialFi like news fact checking, or if you have a sports application, an attachment might be taking an existing NFT of a sports player and adding something like a signature of that sports player on top of it that you could sell or that gets tied to that NFT. There's also metadata views, which essentially operate at the token level. So imagine you're going to launch an NFT on OpenSea. You could specify how much percentage of royalties you'd get. As soon as you take that off and then put it on Blur or another marketplace, like it starts over. it's very difficult to track who the original creator was. So the idea behind metadata views is future-proofing plus interoperability in the future, as well as guaranteeing backward compatibility in the past. So it allows assets like NFTs and fungible tokens to continue to evolve as new standards are created, and allows applications to read directly from the assets how they should be displayed, like who should get payouts for royalties, how much it should be, etc. Capabilities are another exciting feature in Flow, which you could think of as essentially granular permissioning or access control, similar to AWS IAM, but for contracts, for functions, you can grant, revoke, or limit access overall. So yeah, just being cognizant of the time. Where we are right now is we're working together towards trying to build the future of Web3. We went away from the overall EVM ecosystem in the beginning by going and creating an L1, thinking about what does an ergonomic developer language look like, but now we're kind of coming back and remarrying like the overall ecosystem, if that makes sense. Like the team behind Flow with CryptoKitties, with NBA Top Shot, has played a lot of major milestones, or paved them rather, in Web3, and it's an exciting time together. Together, we can do a lot more. Yeah, just tying off everything and tying it back to the theme of Flow, I hope that over the next 3 days, you guys could find your own Flow states. I hope that you guys could create applications that do solve real problems for everyday people, whether it's consumers, whether it's in science, whether it's in DeFi. You guys are all part of something very magical in the literal meaning of the word, in that you're working on projects that are enabling people, right? And that's special. That's something that's really awesome. I'd love to hear, like even afterwards, if you have a very bright idea and we haven't talked already, like I'd love to hear what you're working on. We're doing a world tour ever since we launched our EVM equivalents. It started off in Singapore. We're in San Fran right now. We're going along with ETHGlobal. Next month, we're going to be in Chiang Mai, where we're going to be exploring what the future of SocialFi looks like. And then we're going to be, after that, in Bangkok at DevCon, where we're going to wonder and reimagine what gaming could be. What we're focusing on in this hackathon are 2 key bounties. One of them is the next killer app. I've made this joke way too many times today, but I'm not talking about Skynet. I'm talking about killer app with consumer potential and the best sports application. So we already have like these 45 million users, the top sports brands in the world. How could we compose on top of those existing brands and IPs and products? How could we leverage those communities to offer more value to those NFT holders, or create new use cases for them, or pave the future for NFTs or sports overall, and make it a more equitable world. Thank you very much. That's it for me. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, you could clap, you know, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. On-chain. Yes. I'm not entirely sure about the size maximums, but not that I'm aware of. We could touch base afterwards on that. Our chief architect's actually on site today. Little fun fact, he's the one who invented the word NFT and was a core contributor to ERC 721, Dieter Shirley, one of the smartest people I've ever met. But if you're interested in going very down the technical rabbit hole and asking spicy questions like why L2s versus L1s and things like that, I'd be more than happy to introduce you. No? Who's excited about making magic? Come on, guys. No, okay, nice. All right. If you have any other questions, I am losing my voice, but I will be at the table at the back, the Flow table. You can't miss it. You'll probably hear me before you see me. Thank you guys so much. Looking forward to hacking with you guys. Peace. Edge City. Yes. So actually, we're going to be talking with Vitalik and doing a fireside chat. So are you going to be there?
Maybe plan. I just came from Singapore and I saw you there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I fly slow. I was wanting to fly, so now I don't.
Okay, okay, come to, like, Thailand is so awesome, man. Like, Southeast.
That's very fancy. That's awesome. Okay, first, thanks for the clapping. I've never been introduced that way, so that's awesome. I'm Itai, co-founder, CEO of Dynamic. I will try to spend the next 20 minutes just running you through how Dynamic can be used to help you make your weekend better and build cool stuff. Our goal is inherently to help you build cooler stuff. We're an infrastructure company. Don't need to put the Dynamic logo anywhere. Shameless plug, if you build with Dynamic, you get a bunch of cool bounties. Let's start. So the way to think about Dynamic is, and maybe just to define the presentation, we're going to go through a bunch of examples for how Dynamic can be used. We're going to see the product, and if we have time, we're actually going to build some stuff. I will. Oh. Okay, hold on. Is this better? Okay, fair enough. Let's hope for the best. Okay, so we're going to start by seeing what Dynamic does. So really, at the very basic level, Dynamic takes care of everything that happens when you click login or sign up on a site. And that can look a whole myriad of ways. So if you go to Magic Eden today, which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, NFT marketplace out there, and you click connect, this is powered by Dynamic. So you can connect Solana wallets and Bitcoin wallets and EVM wallets, and you can do really fancy stuff for very Web3 native kind of customers, so you can kind of connect a single wallet and then connect your second wallet and a third wallet and a fourth wallet to the same account and build a profile. So that's one implementation of Dynamic. On the complete other side of it, you can go to a company like DFlow. You can sign up. Let's use my email. Please send me money. Let's sign up. Let's grab my code, 810641. And at that point, I'm logged into an account without knowing anything about crypto, but I've generated a wallet. So as a good example, DFlow uses Dynamic, where I can kind of say, okay, let me trade some USDC For USDT, I hope I'm not creating a wild number of tax events right now. I think I should be fine. Place an order, lots of money, this is the cost of doing a demo, and at that point I'm done, right? So that is a completely different implementation of Dynamic, where Dynamic is the embedded wallet in the background and kind of handles auth and wallets for you. So you can see Dynamic today on anywhere from kind of social gaming type stuff, or like bracket game, to bridges like Eclipse, to the Arena app that's blowing up on Twitter that uses Dynamic, to Definitive in DeFi land, to Relay Protocol, if you use that, that uses Dynamic, or Motorverse, which is the big Animoca project on cars. You can see Dynamic in kind of very Web 3 and very Web 2 ways. Even Doodles, by the way, uses Dynamic for login and account creation. Now, the way Dynamic works is really two parts. There's an SDK and there's a developer dashboard. The SDK, as the name suggests, is very, very dynamic. So you can pretty much do whatever your heart desires. It can be a very Web3 type SDK to let you log in kind of across chains, or it can be the completely reverse of that. So a Web2 SDK that doesn't talk about anything crypto and can be changed, colors and themes can be fully headless. Whatever your heart desires, you can do. Now, what's really cool is that, let's actually go back to a sane color, because otherwise I'm going to lose my mind. There we go. I think we should be good. You can essentially do something really quick, which is log in with email, select your email. We will generate a wallet in the background. We'll actually generate two wallets in the background. We'll generate a Solana wallet and an EVM wallet. And you can just sign transactions, and you're off to your merry way. Right? So the idea of Dynamic is to really abstract away all the complexity of auth and login and so forth. Now that's the very, very basic idea. Now we can do a bunch of really cool stuff. How am I doing on time, by the way? 6:05. Say, oh shit, I have plenty of time. Oh, this is great. Okay, let me tell you a story. No, I'm kidding. A couple of really cool stuff that you can do with Dynamic, and let's go through them, and I think we might have time to actually build something. But if you're building your project over the weekend, and your project starts with kind of a Web 2 experience, but goes into a Web 3 experience, one thing you can do is actually use what we call global wallets. So you can essentially, let's look at Dynamic on my phone. I can log in, and after logging in, let's log in with my email. I can actually use the embedded wallet that was created to connect to any other site out there. So if you want to start with Dynamic, if you want to start with embedded wallet on your site or app, and then go to Uniswap and click, let's kind of disconnect this wallet. Bear with me for a minute. Disconnect, and kind of connect my my Dynamic wallet. Your wallet essentially becomes global. So if you want to start creating these experiences that start on your weekend hackathon project and connect to everywhere in the world, you can do that with our global wallet functionality. So that is one example of Dynamic. A completely different example is if you go to our dashboard. And the way I'm going to show this is, and so we talked about the SDK, there's a full other side to Dynamic, which is the developer dashboard. The way I'm going to show it is actually, let's build something together. So I built a very quick React Next.js app using Story Protocol, and I did the following. I used Cursor, by the way, side note, you should use it, it's fucking awesome. Pardon my language for anyone watching. What I did is really the following. I implemented Dynamic very, very quickly, really created the Dynamic context, npm installed it, set up the Story network, and at that point, I'm pretty much done. Right? I can kind of spin up a very basic widget, and if I do that, I get this, I can log in, I can connect my Google, let's log in, I can generate an account, let's have it log in, and I can start signing messages, signing transactions, etc. But now that we have this, let's make it a little bit fancier. So instead of just logging in with Google, let's actually say we also want wallet login. And actually, we also want the ability to link multiple wallets to the same account after login. Let's save those changes. Actually, I don't want just Google, I want Apple, and I want GitHub. So let's connect that. Actually, I'll skip GitHub, I'll do Farcaster. So I want Farcaster as well. Farcaster is, oh, Apple's not gonna work, so let's do X. Let's do which one should we do? Which one? I hope Twitch should work, let's see. Let's hope for the best. Perfect.
And let's also do two other things. So let's say every time, let's split, let's do this. Let's kind of show the wallet list, and we'll hold here, we'll refresh, and then we'll come back to build more stuff. So I applied these parameters, I just applied them on our dashboard, and at that point, our login flow completely changed. So now I have login with wallets, with email, with Farcaster, etc., and it all kind of just works. You don't have to configure anything manually. If dynamic takes you more than 10 minutes to show, to set up, come at our booth and yell at us. I mean, you can yell, but like not crazy yell. Let's continue. So I did that, but now let's say I want to take it a step further. I want to say, look, actually when I onboard someone, I want to collect their first name. That's really important for my project. Obviously, I want to collect their t-shirt size because the project is not really a project with a t-shirt size. And I want to create a custom field. I want to create an input field to collect ETHGlobal happiness, and which is just a score. And I want to make it unique, and I want to make it required. So let's save that custom field. Now, if I log back in to the project, and let's hope for the best in terms of kind of the magic of demos, I should be able to get kind of not just login, but information capture. So you can start building not just your login part of the flow, but the onboarding part of the flow. So I can capture ETHGlobal happiness, obviously 10 out of 10. And if I continue, I have this kind of entire experience. So let's take it a step further. So instead of this kind of pop-up, I actually want to use a different component. So I'll use our kind of dynamic embedded widget. Let's switch to that. And what that will do is actually change this. Let's see if it should just render it. If not, I'll just, oh, there we go. So it changed it to be embedded, right? So you can completely change stuff extremely quickly, right? I can use a profile widget that I can add. So let's do kind of profile. Let's do dynamic, I will do user pro, no, I won't do that. Okay, I'll do that in a bit. But essentially, you can very quickly update dynamic to do whatever your heart desires, right? Let's do this thing that says, and let's see the magic of cursor, and try to see whether we can say, kind of, let's do add a button to pop up the user profile. Let's hope for the best. What do you guys say? Would this work? Okay, show auth profile. It puts show auth profile true. I think it might work. Let's hope for the best. Let's log in. We have a button, I hope. Logging you in. Yeah, show profile. I think I need to add one more component that I'll add in a minute. But essentially, you can start really quickly playing around with dynamic and adding stuff and improving how this product works. So the idea, let's actually continue with a couple more things in the dashboard. So I added information capture. I added social login. But let's take it a step further. Let's save this. And let's say when someone logs in, I actually only want to let them in if they're on a user access list, right? So I'm building closed beta. And only folks on the user access list can log in. So this is my ETHGlobal special access list, right? And I'll do a site access. I can also return scopes and then filter parts of the site, or I can gate access or block access. And once I create this, I can do it by email. So let's say the only email that we'll let in is itai+test@dynamic.xyz. But no other email would be let in. So if I now kind of update the list, essentially, let's turn this on. And if I kind of try to log in, ideally what will happen, and again, let's hope for the best, just like any other regular demo, we should get kind of a blocking access denied. So again, with no additional coding, no writing crazy stuff, you should be able to not just use dynamic for authentication and onboarding, but also authorization. Now, as you're building over the weekend, the idea, let's remove this real quick. The idea would be that you start building kind of on chains that have bounties, right? So if you want to add chains, all you need to do is either do what I did here, which is add a custom network, in this case, story, or you can really easily just toggle whatever chain you want. So if I want to add Sepolia, if I want to add Polygon, if anyone uses that, Avalanche, whatever, I toggle it on, and I'm pretty much good to go. So if you're building on base this weekend, all you really need to do, set up dynamic, toggle on base, and you're good to go. Same if you're building on Bitcoin or Solana, etc. Now you can take it a step further. So dynamic can do really fancy stuff, right? So we're getting into the fancier and fancier stuff. So you can actually start building webhooks. So if someone creates a wallet, creates an account, it can trigger webhooks, and you can start doing a full email campaign as an example, right? You can build more sophisticated security. So we can say, look, after login, let's start setting up 2FA. So if I log in for the first time, right, it's gonna, let's refresh real quick. It's gonna now ask me to actually set up my 2FA as part of the first authentication flow. Oh, actually, I need to toggle one more thing on, I hope. There we go. Required onboarding, perfect. That's the thing I was missing. Let's save this, refresh, log out, and let's see if this works. There we go. So I can set up an authenticator app. So again, the idea is that you should be able to set dynamic up in a few minutes and then start toggling on these really complex and sophisticated experiences for whatever works well for you. Now, we have a couple minutes. I want to get into questions, but before that, a couple shameless plugs. So first, you can do a couple really interesting stuff. So the first one is we offer multiple types of ways you secure a transaction. So if you're building a social game and you really have $0 NFTs in there, then really what you care about is no MFA, no pop-ups, nothing. When you sign something, it just kind of works. You can do this, by the way, if I go back to kind of the demo, and if I toggle this off, let's toggle off sign UI confirmation, let's go back to security and toggle off authenticator so it doesn't set it up for me. If I now refresh and log in, let's go here and try to log in, then dynamic can be very much kind of a silent signing type experience. So if I sign message now, no pop-ups and just kind of works. Right? So that is one end of the spectrum. But you can also secure dynamic as a very kind of, in-your-face, security is front and center type experience where we say, look, after login, in order to kind of sign a transaction, you need a full Face ID or a passkey in order to kind of sign. So if you think about it, based on your experience, you can set these different parameters for how dynamic works. It can be very much a kind of in the background experience or very much a front and center type, hey, you need a passkey in order to continue. And so that is one really important takeaway is the flexibility of the tool based on what you're trying to build. Whether you're trying to build a very DeFi money-first application where security is critical, or you're trying to build a social application where it's about kind of, or a game where it's about speed and abstracting as much away. And that's kind of the one main takeaway you should have, which is dynamic can kind of play that role across those two use cases and anywhere in between. Now, I'll pause here. I know we have 5 or 4 minutes. I want to make sure I cover questions before I continue. Does anyone have any questions? Where? Go for it.
So do you guys handle custodial as well?
These are all, so I'll repeat the question because I was told that I should repeat questions. The question was, do we handle custodial? The answer is, this is non-custodial. So I cannot sign on your behalf. I do not have access to the keys. If you kind of, a user can actually go in and export their private key at any point and take it with them. It's a fully non-custodial solution. So you can't kind of server-only sign or anything like that. Yeah, oh, go for it.
You guys, because this is so dope, and
I appreciate that.
the user experience is amazing. Do you plan on adding like an on-ramp kind of solution to kind of pair with this? Because, that's kind of the next.
I am glad you asked. We have, so first the question, just so I'll repeat the question. He specifically said it was dope and cool. So just repeating that part. But the question was, is there an on-ramp solution? The answer is yes. So as soon as you log in with the dynamic module, you can use the buy button. We have Banksa today. You might see more stuff in the future, but you can kind of buy, you can send across any chain or any asset. Maybe I'll show one example. Actually, just on the user interface component, just so you see, let's switch to kind of an example wallet that has assets in it. So I'll choose this, and I'll log in, and what you'll see, if I log in with this account, is Dynamic actually also does the full portfolio display for you. So you can start seeing balances across all your accounts. And you can, again, you can send them, you can buy, you can send whatever token that you have. So really think about it as a full kind of, abstracted wallet in your pocket that you can use across React, React Native, Flutter, etc. Great question. So so the question was, is it a smart wallet? And the answer is, it depends on you. Meaning you can use Dynamic as just an EOA wallet. You can add Dynamic plus, I think Alchemy is here, Dynamic plus Alchemy for account abstraction, Dynamic plus Safe, Dynamic plus Zero Dev. You choose you. So actually for Zero Dev is a good example, is you can go here and literally click configure, enter your Zero Dev credentials on any chain, enter multiple projects, and you're done, right? Again, the idea, I hope at this point it's like the 7th time I say this, so if you take nothing else away, I hope it's clear. The idea is code less, do less stuff, toggle on a bunch of things and be done and move to actually building the core thing you're actually building. Who had questions? Yeah, go for it.
I want some clarification on this. So I want to send coins to a Gmail account.
Okay.
That does not have
Yeah.
an Ethereum account, at least not yet.
Okay.
Would Dynamic vouch that the owner of this Gmail account is that Ethereum address?
So you can do something like that. So you can do what's called a pre-generated wallet, which inherently means programmatically give me any identifier, Gmail, Twitter, etc., and I will give you a deterministic wallet address back. And no, so I cannot actually log into it. Only the user, right? I have generated an account and I've bound it to the identifier you told me. So only when the user comes in, let's say you told me, hey, for this Twitter handle, create an account, right? Create a wallet. I will create a wallet, and then I'll wait for a person that proves to me they have that Twitter handle to show up, and that person will be able to access their account.
Okay, do you have a simpler API than I have as well? A simpler API like get or create in your account?
What?
Get existing account or create new one, just like one API to.
Yeah, so you essentially, you would just call, bear with me for a second. You would essentially just call the wallet API endpoint of kind of create a new embedded wallet, or you can actually check whether the user exists first. Again, these are users within your environment. This is critical. You're not creating a global wallet for the Gmail user. That will have like 17 security concerns to list out. You're creating it within your environment.
We are out of time. This is the last session of this hall, so anybody who has more questions for Itai is welcome to stay. Itai, do you want to wrap up quickly?
Yeah, a few shameless plugs. We're around all weekend. We have a booth. We have a bunch of bounties. In the last ETHGlobal hackathon, 7 of the 10 winning teams used Dynamic. Not saying there's a causation here, but I'm really terrible at correlation causation, so maybe. 80 teams used Dynamic last time. Again, it's a very simple way to get through kind of abstracting away complexity. I'm around. Find us. We're usually nice to chat with.